watch together because I'm stupid. I always forget. Even though I made the damn thing. I can still see Elliot's double that one perception. Didn't see shit.
Alright, we're good on my end.
Alright, and welcome back, folks, to session 17 of Sea of Sorrows. We didn't have Into the Wildlands last night because Father's Day, and we're cool with that, so yeah, that's just so we let everybody know. Last time, we joined our four player characters here. Elliot, the Vampire Paladin, Deckham, the Warforged Sorcerer, Kyle, the what's your subclass? Soul Knife. Yeah, Soul Knife Rogue, and Zamar Monk, or Tabaxi Monk. Having left the Isle of Cicero and the Abbey of Ezra after, a wonderful reunion with Elliot's mother and father.
Yay.
They traveled across back to the city of Paradon, where they were meeting up with people, and a group of unusual individuals, their mouths going shut, attempted to attack and kill them, primarily focusing on Zamar, to which Kyle discovered was they were basically sent by the Daimyo of Pain to, basically end Zamar. And they went back, dropped off Desperado, and I believe they had just arrived at the Zircus des Arcanum, which also includes the Bastoni camp.
I was in a petting zoo. It was filled with snakes. And everybody else is talking to Snowy's mom. Or dad.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was not talking to Snowy's mom, she did.
Oh,
We
that's
have
a
some
good thing.
I was gonna say, we have some mediums in our group. Kind of. I don't really have a camp map. I probably should have found one. Won't be the first time we just winged it. Won't be the last. But yes, I believe Snowy had just caught up with everybody who was talking to Snowy's father.
From the petting zoo.
Should I come over? Probably.
Aww.
Elliot, there's like snakes going through your neck. Or Elliot.
I was going to say, I don't believe they can go through my neck unless they're vampiric or some sort of specters.
Yes! He like starts taking, like opening panels and just snakes falling out. And he finally wanders over. Yes, they're eating all the insects. It's filthy.
And here we have a photo of Snowy's father.
Ah.
That's not what I expected. And also to mention, he's built like a Goliath.
So him and I are pretty much standing like eye to eye.
Yeah.
Hello!
It's a big boy right there. That he is.
I can't remember. Did I find some cloth or something to cover my hand with the parts with?
Yep. I do believe you did.
You did that like right after combat.
this? That's
So,
it.
and you won't find there's a guide for this one.
Right, that's what you're trying to do. You know how that we can actually drop the accent, listen. We're on the clock.
It's standing on dirt.
He's also dressed up like a clown, so... Yeah, he is, actually. Yeah, you did describe that.
Please tell me we have a mental link right now.
Technically, yeah, 'cause I didn't disconnect it.
All you hear is... That is adorable.
Elliot
I
will
wasn't
just
gonna say anything, but I agree.
God.
Elliot will just speak out loud. So I suppose negotiations for a guide will take a little bit since we have, or rather you have the circus performance to do and the time allotted to actually go forth and back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you has that. Of course, I think I mentioned, right? I did say the thing about the tickets. Yeah, your show. Kyle. Yeah.
I thought she had it taken care of. He points to Snowy and Kyle.
Well, we still have to pick them up, I'm pretty sure. If you don't, unless... Did she actually hand them to me?
Not that I remember.
Actually, she flips off. I think she was sitting on top of the wagon. She kind of flips off and reaches into a pocket. Here you go. And you, and you.
Thank
And
you.
I don't think we've met. And she steps up to Zamar.
No, I don't think we have. I'm Zinmar. I'm a monk from a different kind of land.
Well, I will move us to another image here. So that oh no. Getting PTSD.
Oh, hello.
Hello!
Why is it bars in this fucking map? Because of the other map. Well, I mean, you guys use it as a bar. It is a circus. No. I said bards. I was making another joke. But also, yes. I forgot that Davis also uses this map as a bar. By the way, don't forget to give me tabaxis around here. As you look around and you see, about another 6 or 7 at least.
Yeah, I'm beginning to notice the same thing.
So, she kind of gets up a little close. You want the backstage passes?
Is there a difference?
What I think it is? You already said you're not interested.
Is there a happy ending?
Ah, those backstage
Well,
passes.
it depends on how you feel about being very slow in the morning. I think I'm gonna go throw up.
Listen, I can't take my own personal
Yeah,
battles
look.
into the game, so I'm just gonna mute my mic.
Oh my god.
Elliot just pinches the bridge of his nose as he kind of just realized what Snowy now meant.
How long's the show gonna be? I'm just like looking at an imaginary watch. Oh, the show itself is only including the intermissions and the breaks and the setup. Well, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. thing I've sat through, so hopefully anyway.
I guess we'll
Wait,
take our
let me-
seats
what-
then.
Let me ask this in the most blunt way possible. Is this gonna be like a self-ego inflated cell where you're just kind of stroking yourself off?
She has people for that.
Yeah, no, I got that. But,
I reckon she doesn't need as much stroking as...
oh my
Others
god, can we
do.
not?
That being said,
Started it.
I was
Okay.
being serious, and then...
No, I mean, not lie. Snowy has the smuggest look on her face, and her dad is just like, oh my god,
right.
these poor people.
Where's our seats, by the way? As Elliot kind of just cuts to the
Hopefully
cheese.
not the fucking front.
Well, let's see, you actually have some time if you'd like. The show doesn't start until sunset.
Is there a place here that has cards?
Either eating cards or
Gambling.
she looks at her dad. He kind of looks around.
Oh my god.
Three Megan's back.
Alright. I'll be back there then.
I don't...
What's the fun without the cat?
Wait, why does he not have... Never mind. Hell, if anyone else is welcome to join me, I'll probably come around once the show starts, but...
I am not a gambling type. If there's someplace quiet I can go meditate for a little bit.
I
But
think we're gonna find quiet in a circus.
I am...
Yeah, actually, I mean, if you like, is anybody using mine? Well, Herr Doctor is, but, I mean, up until the end of the thing, I mean, my car can be pretty quiet too. As he kind of moves over, and you watch him kind of take a few steps, and he opens up a Zargo. If you're interested, because he watches a couple of beer bottles roll out. It needs a woman's touch, yeah?
Like the gods!
just... Elliot just kind of...
Tech was on the case.
Oh,
As he's there, just give him a nice pat on the back. It's all you, buddy. It's all you.
Tech was... Start cleaning his house.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You do see like a few carts back behind you. See it sitting next to the door of a Vargo. This one.
It's the hairless ones.
God damn it.
Sucky toes.
I hope you like
Nah, that's the kind of face that isn't asking. He's just gonna do it.
Yeah, he's gonna. You know?
That man isn't asking for permission.
That's the guy that fucking sell your toes on fucking Facebook after licking them. Anyway, oh god, I'm really beginning to... Dad must be sending me in for something really fucking weird.
No, he doesn't do that. No, that's Johnny. He looks greasy, but I'll tell you this: he is a pastor of poison assassination. So you know, I mean, oh, I shouldn't say that out loud.
So he's pretty on the spot then.
Yeah, everybody has family. It's me.
What? Everyone got that reference? Oh, we did. I don't think Moogle did though.
Oh, they're right over the top of my head.
Johnny on the spot.
It's a GTA reference for a guy that will always bring you your car.
Yeah.
I felt I heard it before, but I wasn't. Brain is kind of slowing down right now.
I'm interested in poisons, considering most of the stuff I can do is pretty tactical, but I'll give it a whirl.
I mean, you're also not to. No, actually, wait. Are you? Did we establish that? Are you like a or not?
No, shifter, kind of the
Oh, okay.
aggravation of bullshit.
No, I mean that's what he does. Is he kills lycanthropes and vampires and things like that. You know, it's what he does.
Oh, great! And you. Hey,
You see that her father leaned out. Did she not explain to you about how's the other all the monster hunters?
No. I understand Uncle Ricky was a monster hunter, but I didn't. Okay, never mind.
What does it the covers exist? Nobody expects the clown,
Isn't that
especially
like,
the clowns.
oh, that's so cool. I was gonna say, isn't that a common trope that it's always the clown? Because they're always the least expected.
Let me put it this way. Best time I ever had was when somebody screamed, "Send in the clowns," and we killed the shit out of that vampire party.
I am almost intrigued
I
to see
can respect
this.
that.
So, where would you like me to place this brazier?
I had question.
Well, that wasn't Mom's. It's been 5 years. It's been 10 years, sweetie. Fuck. Shite.
Have you seen?
Is that Auntie? You know how I feel about the Auntie.
Wait, Auntie or Yanti? Look,
Auntie.
Oh no.
And she's pointing over at the person at the petting zoo.
Oh god.
Oh, she was very nice.
Don't, Snowy, you know that, it was an accident still, right? Childhood trauma with snakes, father, is not something that just goes away. Also, there's the flying snakes problem, and the other snakes, and the undead snakes, and I really hate snakes. Excuse me. No offense, Auntie.
It fucking waves doesn't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
Right.
Well, you're vampire hunters. I'm curious, since you've been around the block a few times. I'm hoping, and considering Richard's been dead one too many times, apparently. Have you heard of a vampire woman by the name of Ilaria?
You see Snowy kind of takes a deep breath, and her father kind of takes a deep breath. You see about 5 or 6 other people around you just really suddenly, snap their head towards you, oh, wrong fucking name to say in this movie. They're suddenly ears. There are snakes in the petting zoo that are suddenly very interested in you.
One of the snakes that's still stuck in Darkham's armor pops his head out.
Yeah, I was joking. Thank you, son.
I'll take that as a yes, then.
Yeah, you know about that bitch.
Alright, then you can understand my anger when points at herself.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Is she from here then?
No. She's from, what is that place called? Holoswag?
Okay, because I was under the impression that she left here, came to Holswog, and then came back. But just fuck it up. More
I
so than
believe
it
she
was.
was from Holoswag, but there was a chance. You watch your dad, he taps another thing on the wagon, and a little thing comes out. He pulls out a book. A book with a lot of notes sticking out of it, and he starts flipping through it. Actually, it would appear that she
As he stops, it's like some people walk by and he pulls out a horn. Honk. How's everybody going? I'm this way, right this way, people. And just kind of passing off for going up to. Let's see. She traveled a lot. But it looks like we're talking about the one over in Beltop, right?
Yeah, that'd be the one.
It's a weird, freakish, short human, maybe.
Yeah, with weird red irises.
Yeah, that one. Let's see. Let's see, Abu. She had a stint on Faerun. Such a Victoria. Kind of a planeswalker at one point. Looks like. Oh, yep, there's where she ended up, yep. Yep, she was pulled into, yeah. Looks like she got pulled into that situation. That's how she ended up. Okay.
Are you worried or?
No, she was pulled out she was with my blood up, but it looks like.
Oh yeah.
Seems
It
like
does seem like
Margulia's
they might have
waiting
had a
around.
falling out, but seeing as she's staying unplanned, he's. Well. Not where he is.
Well, two birds with one stone, I guess.
Why, means look at the personally killer, something special.
No, I'll kill her myself if I have to. I want to ask her a few things before she dies, and just, I don't think there's really a satisfaction in letting her die before I get my questions answered.
I mean, the only reason we haven't done that is because of the agreements and the council, what's it called that? Nocturne Carnival, yeah, that shit show.
Referring to the stuff with Lord Grey.
Yeah, which weirdly enough keeps those kind of people from being all fucking weird.
Speaking of,
Oh,
could I roll a history to see if an individual matching Valeria's description was at the nocturnal place while we were talking with Mr. Cross, or whatever his name was, on that particular
Sure.
evening? Okay. I'm gonna go with the history.
Rokaris.
Yeah, it's been a while. Where's my history? Not great, but who cares? We're going for it. 19.
wow.
You remember that there was a table where they were like peeling splitting open the back of like another vampire? Like dissecting it for fun. You remember she was sitting at that table just kind of sipping on something and watching. But the reason you remember was you did have this weird feeling that they were locking eyes with someone specific in the group.
Kyle.
At first you didn't think anything of it, but now that makes more sense. Kyle, you don't even have to roll because you just flat don't remember seeing her.
Oh,
but
shit.
if Elliot explains it,
And which,
you're like, how the fuck would I?
which Elliot very calmly just face palms himself just a little bit and then says Kyle, as I'm just remembering, but we were dealing with Kraus and his shitty offer dealings, and Deca making a scene. There was a table over with the vampire being splitting apart, and one in particular was sitting back, enjoying the view, drinking, was watching you in particular, matching the description.
You're sure about that, right?
Only because I'm remembering now you mentioned the red irises, childish look. I didn't think too much about it back then because fuck, almost every single other purebred vampire is weird in their own way. But yes, she was looking at you. Or rather, she was there when, well, that little incident was happening.
Do I remember Google, I guess it'd be history or something, if you had any way to kind of like conceal herself, so to speak, from people? Or any like magics to that degree?
You roll me a what would this be? You can roll me an Arcana or a straight intelligence.
My intelligence? Actually, no, they're both great. If it's just straight intelligence, I'm not saying it. Let's just roll Arcana, because that makes sense.
Or a history.
Let's see what my history is. It's also
The history would be an advantage.
We're going to add advantage. Wow, yeah, that makes sense. Ah! That makes
You-
way too much.
When you try to think back on her, it's flashes. You know the face. You don't remember, face, words, things, reasons to hate. You really can't glean anything out of that.
Hopefully if we see her again, she's not gonna live for long.
Or us, depending
Alright,
on
where's the
how...
gambling tent? I'm sorry, where's that nugget?
Elliot just adds, or us, depending on how much preparation she has for us and her likely welcoming party.
Well, the only upside is that we do have a favor from Lord Grace, so that can go a long way, but I do think that will only be stretched so far.
That, and if only we can live long enough to cash in on the favor.
Alright.
At the same time, you kind of, as you're talking about that, this massive wall steps up behind you. I smell akin to myself, and yet I hear a name that makes me want to just brush someone's head. Was that you that someone?
Yes? Kind of looks her up and down.
I think this is my cue to go find a place to take a nap.
I'm almost done! I think. We have
Welcome,
flipping
Mike.
pills.
Wait, it's not limited edition.
Oh my god, shut up. Do I know this person? Or you said they like
Only an insight or a perception.
alright, perception it is. That's not an advantage, but well, there. When I roll what I need to roll, great. When I don't, then no. 26.
Is clearly a half orc, or potentially a full orc. You can't really tell.
But you get this smell on the wind as it kind of blows through. And you don't know it necessarily from her. But something in those memories does say, this smell is way too familiar. You kind of get that feeling of the same smell that you got off of the other toys.
Oh. Well, I guess we do have some kinship on the other hand. Kaya.
Greedy. Ah, Kayo, yes. You are one of the... I remember you, yes. Very young at the time. I am Greedy. At least that's the name I have taken since, yes. I'm pretty sure everything else was taken from me before that.
It's nice to meet you, at the very least. No, at least there's other people here that have been suffering mine. That have gone through the same bullshit, so... If you don't mind... Is it Griva?
Grilla.
Grilla. If you don't mind, Grilla, I'm just gonna go gambling for a little bit. I'm just kinda... Hopefully work away with... Work away... I'm going too tired. Work away what little sorrow I have.
Well, if you want to talk about it, it sometimes helps.
Told this to that one, points at Elliot. Talking won't really solve the issue.
No. But talking to those who want to stance the pain. As you watch her kind of move her hair, reach up and touch the side of her head. And you see that it is a bad skin splice. Like someone grafted different skin onto her neck, and this has got like scales.
You know, I tried to make a crew from... sorry. From some of her toys, creations, and a few other, I'll say, interesting people. So if you're at least ever interested, since we're going to get a ship at some point, I don't know if you're kind of bound to this place or not, but we're going to hunt for her eventually, so just having someone else aboard with the same problem wouldn't be too bad.
She kind of thinks about it. Snowy has mentioned what it would be like to be pirates. Or, well, sailor, yes. Perhaps... No, there's not perhaps. Yes, I will join you if you're going after that bitch. I killed someone who did this to me, but... doesn't help if you don't kill the rogues, right?
But we have a bit of a ways to go to be through the Ickard swamp. I deal with that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why are you going through such shithole? We don't even go through that.
For a bubble?
To fulfill particular contracts we bind ourselves into.
Also that.
Well, make sure you get some good boots.
Points at her feet.
Again, get some good boots. You might need them. There's a reason they close the Nicosars.
It wouldn't be the first time I start running through shit. Alright, I'm just gonna go gambling for a little bit. Deckham, are you almost done rearranging this man's house? She just kind of looks behind her.
Point out, it is bigger on the inside.
Declan just has it. There's like snakes, like 3 or 4 snakes that are just like following him.
I imagine Deckham. For some reason, I always picture Deckham has like random slots just for the aesthetic that pop out like feather dusters and some bullshit because of his butler status. Or like a very fancy doily used for like dusting things.
I mean, yeah.
I will mention, it's you kind of get surprised at it at first. You know, there was like a lot of clutter, a lot of books, and then you're realizing it's a lot bigger on the inside than the outside.
Do you need help in there, Deckham?
I think I'm lost. What do I do after I take the third left?
Actually, he walks over. Is third left? This fucker was the third left. Because you watch him as he kind of like stops. He's like, pantry, kitchen, bathroom. Oh, that's the broom closet, I think.
It's dark in here.
I've hit at least 3 walls.
Wait, do not touch anything that feels like a switch or a trigger.
Shades himself.
What was it? Did you? I might have left it loaded, exam.
Right.
I'm not moving. Save me.
I guess I'll go in there. It's alright if I go in there to help him.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Should probably.
I can. He's just sitting there, kind of like, whatever, you know, whoever. Okay, somebody pick a choice.
I trust them. I trust they won't hurt themselves while I go gambling.
Oh, wait, I have an idea. You watch him as he shuts the door to the cargo, and then you watch him. And at Deckham, it's suddenly, you know, quiet. You don't hear anything outside. And you watch as he knocks this weird pattern of knocks that are like around this little window, and then he jiggles the handle one way, jiggles the handle the other way, and then he bumps it with his elbow, and then opens the door, and Deckham, you just find yourself being spilled out into the out of the cargo.
Oh damn!
Oh.
Deco stands up. Oh, dusts off his blazer. Well, that was terrifying. Also, I didn't know how you like things sorted, so I sorted everything by ambient temperature.
You see an absolute look of confusion, but then all of a sudden it's like, wait, that's not the biggest problem. He shuts the door, knocks on it again like the same way, opens it, looks in, and sticks his head in. What is it? Where's the rope? Oh, I'm going to have that looked at. Yeah, he should have tied you up in ropes that was sanctified. Oh wait, that's right, I never replaced the master tie situation.
Huh.
Johnny, you still owe me ropes. Oh, I don't owe you shit, old man. The ropes are mine now.
Did I have them?
20 quid.
I don't have any squids.
Right, gold. 20 gold. In my hand. You don't have one.
$20 in my hand.
Oh, shut up!
With that money in my hand.
Got something in my pocket
That
for
money
you.
doesn't show. You owe me.
Deco will wander over to him, like hold his hand over his, and his like wrist slot opens up, and he deposits it. It's exactly 20 coins.
Well, I ain't got no money now.
God.
We can kind of...
I'll come with you.
I'll come along with, just in case.
You just see Snowy's dad looking at him like, the fuck?
Deku might sound happy, but he leans over him very intimidatingly.
He kind of just gently puts the money back in your hand. I can't leave my post here as I am needed to maintain the sanctity of this establishment that is not of gambling or anything else.
Oh, perfect, but don't lie, that's exactly what Kyle called this place, pointed at it several times. Loudly.
I can't help what other people say, but if law enforcement were to be listening, especially in this region, there is nothing illegal to breaking their laws or other things occurring behind this door.
Deku sits there and stands in law enforcement. Alright.
Please tell me he pulled out his badge, just fucking pins it to his chest.
Where is it? Where is the shit?
Wait, is Beckham a cop?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Formerly?
This was like a stop. I kind of guess yeah, but also not.
Legal
Can I
attorney.
just come in? Can I just come in, please? Before our register makes more of a scene. Kyle just looks at the cat.
Right, yes. Right in here, this lady, lady or man, I don't know.
Woman, she says. Just steps through.
Just being polite.
No, I understand.
And he kind of opens the door and just kind of keeps between it and Deckham, like...
Deku doesn't even try to look in.
It's actually something you notice, is it's just kind of dark. Like, there's a curtain, like a weird beaded curtain behind the door.
It's a land of
You're not having
debauchery.
dark vision.
It's a land of debauchery and sin.
That's the next
You'll
card
put a little
over.
bleach if you need it.
That's actually Sunny or fucking Snowy's card is the land of debauchery and sin.
Oh, that one actually has its own. That one has its own title and stuff. You actually see this wagon over to the side that just says Snowy's, and it's like you're like 20 different languages. It's got different like innuendos and shit for its title.
Yeah.
And you're
Please tell me it's like super over the top for no fucking reason.
there's literally a sign on the door that says if the wagon's rocking, don't come knocking.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Unless you're
I'm
joining.
in Inferno.
I don't. I'm curious why the fuck it's also written in primordial.
I mean, nothing hotter than
You only have to be
larger
one
elementals,
time.
Ganasis. The Inferno is because of tieflings and devils.
I'm surprised I see gnome in writing here.
See what?
No.
Gnome.
Oh yeah. I mean, so those tripods and gnomes. And you just see her dad just like. She's
I'm
not
glad-
wrong, but at the same time, she's like, I don't want to hear this shit out of my daughter's mouth, and I hear it every fucking day.
I'm glad that I left that scene.
Yeah, inside is like you get past the beaded curtains, and it's like, it's like that Roger Rabbit part where like the curtains peel back right as you move through.
Yeah.
And you are in like one of the most legit like what are they called?
Gambling debt. I was gonna say opium debts because that's
No, it's a hardcore gambling den. It's like those like a speakeasy looking kind of thing. You got like there's roulette tables, there's card tables. It is much bigger on the inside than the outside.
I feel like that's a running theme we're going to keep running into at this place.
Can't go in, it's literally my aesthetic.
You're also a fucking cop that just Weird shit out. You're like a
He
good
didn't say
enemy.
anything.
True.
You guys have just seen him see, two of you have just seen his badge before.
Yeah, that's on you. You can still go in.
No.
Alright. I guess Kyle's kind of sit at a table just to kind of kill some time. Not necessarily, just kind of like drifting from game to game, not necessarily going super hard at it, but just kind of relaxing.
I suppose I'll go look at some of the facilities here. And Elliot will just turn heel and go in the other direction, looking at whatever stalls and tents that might catch his attention.
It is somewhere between a carnival and definitely like the circus. You know, you see fortune tellers, you see like the crazy museums. That have like crazy monsters, except you could roll me a nature, religion, or intelligence, or anything you think might give you insight into monsters or anything.
Religion. Religious man going through a carnival. And
Even with a 9, you're like, yeah, that is definitely a pickled zombie hand, and that is probably some kind of haunted skull, and they're keeping locked in that glass with the symbols on it. There's cockatrice that's stuck. There's what a lot of you hear, like some of the locals are like, oh, that can't be real. It's got to be put together from different things. You're like, no, that fucking thing's real.
that is a real cockatrice, sir. You can also find if it's true or not by sticking your hand in there, letting it peck you. Though, I don't suppose you would feel comfortable being turned into a statue.
He just kind of looks at you like, it's stuff. You see, seems right. It's a hot lizard, hot chicken, weirdo.
Yes, it's a cockatrice. Not heard of those things before.
As you can tell this local has never, like, this sort of thing is just like, what the fuck are you ever?
There's almost a slight snark smile coming out of Elliot a little bit. Oh, this is fun. I actually get to talk to people who don't have as much information.
And as you kind of say that, and watching you, you see this gentleman. He takes a smoke from a pipe. Someone who actually knows about the world.
A little bit. I doubt.
Yeah, the world beyond the mists.
As I said, a little bit compared to those who are more traveled. Elliot Ptolemy.
Diabolus. Diabolus the librarian. As they know, probably.
Oh, there you go, okay. I was writing it wrong in the name. Interesting. I don't suppose you have a spare booklet of information on creatures, at least within this Misty Realm?
He kind of smiles a little smugly. I do, actually. Are you looking for just here in Paradon? Or perhaps somewhere else?
The Ictor Swamp, if it is available. along with the breach, I believe they call it.
Let me see. As you watch, as he kind of moves the beaded curtain, and this isn't a tent. And again, it's got that same kind of weird where it is larger on the inside. This one doesn't feel the set, like it is. It feels like it should be just longer. But it is set up in a very specific way. You can roll it inside if you'd like.
Insight. 1 second.
Yeah, they run it as a sideshow attraction. This is actually like if you were looking at something in your own, where you were, grew up. This is a library. This is a museum. This is a huge wealth of knowledge about monsters and different things. Like there are details that are kept out or just hidden away a little bit. But like as you're looking at all this just around you, it's like, yeah, this, that feeling of, oh wait, they are a bunch of monster hunters kind of comes to a head.
Elliot actually has
These aren't like just any old things.
Elliot actually has an appreciative nod of gratitude, and this one's like, well, at least I don't have to worry about going to a gambling den.
And the guy comes back out with a few books and kind of sets them down on a small table. Let's see, the Icarus wants, we do not. The only entry here says, beware of the rabbits. No, I see where the rabbits go. Okay, that's why. That's. I'm afraid I cannot give you much more information on that one. Just, they have been gone from us for a while. They were not great at noting. As for the breach, as he flips to another book, let's see, 99% of them are not native. Local flora.
Repeat that one more time.
Let's see, corpse flowers. Oh, he's kind of flipping through, and he says, okay, 99% of it are not local.
Okay.
Which you get that impression, like, people are brought into these domains. There are clearly, he's stating, like, almost everybody or everything in that domain is not from it.
Okay.
And the local flora and fauna. Let's see. The corpse flower. And let's see. The cleaners. Yes, that would be the ones you would have to be careful of. And he kind of squints for a moment, and you can tell that he's reading something. I had not known about that one, actually. Let's see, who wrote that? Yeah, it's correct. Yes. The Iron Harvest, that's one they say you should be careful of.
I'll definitely have to inform my friend Deckham about this. Anything else in...
Is there anywhere else you're interested in knowing about? We really only catalog local flora and fauna, as most other things are transient there. If you were asking something more like Barovia, well, we have every habit, everything of every hag, werewolf, vampire, solar, Well, technically 5%.
Well,
That inhabits those areas, especially the 35 books on Strahd himself.
this Strahd character is starting to be very irksome.
No, I wouldn't worry. The show tonight might put that more in perspective. The snowy road to Tassel after an encounter there.
I don't suppose, as Elliot places 15 gold as a courtesy and gratitude, I don't suppose there's anything from Oarth that is lurking around in this realm.
The realm of Peridon? From Orth?
Yes.
He takes the books into the back. He leaves the gold where it says. Then he comes back. Starts flipping through. And there was some nobility, it would appear. But they disappeared with the previous removal of the previous jack. So I'm afraid there is nothing left there. But my understanding had been they had been there for 2 or 3 generations before this blade was brought in. Well, however that went.
Interesting. Alright. I think that'll be it for now. Thank you.
You forgot your gold, sir.
That is a donation.
Not needed. You have a long road ahead of you. Especially if you're... Granted, if you're asking about those, I guess you're going to Motown.
That I am. Do you have any information on that particular spot?
Indeed. As he goes back and pulls a book. It was a location that was previously part of the Acresmont. But with the collapse of that domain, it is the only place really holding out that hasn't been changed. Rotted down. And he comes back out with a book of its own, and you can see that it's a history of a whole domain, and he flips through about a quarter of it, and here we have Moldhold. I don't envy you. If you're going there, you should be prepared.
Any shops in particular here, at least within the carnival, that might be more suited to its actual identity?
The faiths of that domain are strong. Here you went to a church, there's a down here you probably won't do. There, depending on which street you walk down, may or may not have adverse effects, or positive effects upon a creature such as yourself.
I follow the light of St. Cuthbert, so I suppose I'll be having to worry about the more darker worshippers.
Perhaps. But the denizens of that area have become corrupted by both the burning lights and the freezing cold of night, you could say. Nobody there is the kind of emotions is the average peasant's festival here. You know, is just trying to get by his day-to-day life, yes?
So I'm beginning to understand.
The people of Mordhos, there's nobody there. It is good, like that. It is a place of survival, like the breach. But the breach is focused on ending war. This, I don't even know if they know what they're fighting for. Why they fight, why they kill, or why they turn into monsters. Just be aware of the church. Be aware of the dark places. Heck, be aware of everywhere, I would say. Even the colleges are dangerous.
It's a bit to take in. Elliot will decide to leave that 15 gold as a thank you. And just give Devolis a thank you, bow, and begin to head out. Thank you.
Be safe. I would like to mention, he didn't blink the entire time you were there, which may or may not be unsettling.
I mean, Graybeard had one unblinking eye, so Elliot was already kind of used to that kind of weird stuff already with the whole eyes just don't blink. Maybe it might have been artificial. May have been his own actual natural thing, but he's not really bothered by it. He was just more focused on, I need information, stuff to be ready for that particular stretch of the trek.
I will mention, as you watched, you did see that there were pictures of what you could assume were werewolves, aberrations, people who seem to be afflicted by some kind of disease. They were all very well, pretty well detailed. This Romanesque Gothic architecture of a very compact city. Some similar to like Earth and such. Very stylistically different, but it is from just the images. You like saw at one point there was an image of a wall that seemed to be made out of like just a mountain of dead bodies. That had been compacted and bordered together in some weird way.
Elliot's gonna think to himself, but not say it out loud, and just go, right, not disturbing in the slightest. And still continues to make his way out.
Okay. Deckham, what are you doing?
I'm wandering around looking for different types of spices and food I've never cooked before.
Roll me a d20.
Oh, 17.
17. Ah, yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's very fun. You just see this sucker as you come across this tent that is open. There are grills of different types. It's open. It's kind of like a kebab store. As you see, another tabaxi.
Technically, like, he first sees Dekum standing in the middle of the street, just kind of looking around, blissfully unaware, and then like a single light hits him. Then Dekum turns at like a 90, starts stumping over.
A robot with a nose.
Yes, hello. I see that you have grills. You must be some sort of chef, right?
Yes, that is what they call me sometimes. I like to go with if I am the master of my art. What can I help you with, Captain?
Well, there are many things in this plane that I have seen before, and I don't know if are edible for my living friends.
What is their constitution? Are they of special diet, of special heritage?
All three.
Oh.
One is a man such as yourself. Then we have, Ed Elliot.
I am afraid I do not know what an Elliot is. Is this some kind of new creature from a plane I have not been to?
No, you have plenty of them here. I've already met like 3. They're a bit thirsty, but they can still walk around in the sun.
Ah, yes.
He drinks this horrid, gross goop to quell his craving, so I was wondering if I could make that better.
Let me think about that one. In the meantime, if you have a friend like myself of simply like conversation, might I introduce you as a fish?
Did Dinmar say like absolutely no fish? Like when we first met him?
Well, I said that because you're correct. I said that because I had just watched it.
Oh, of course.
And then we figured I had to push fish.
Yeah, is this Tabaxi? He's a little bit plump, and he's wearing, I guess the best way to put it is he's kind of dressed like a traditional Mongolian. He steps over, and as he says that about the fish, you see he has like a quarter of a shark, like, with a tail with a hook through it hanging there, and it's been roasting. Smoke. You've got, you see all kinds of different things. Meats. It depends on how much salt you like on it, but that ruins the thing.
Well, that can usually be boiled out to a point.
But then you boil out the flavor.
Not if you make it into stew.
Ah, see? You are a smart man. I like you. But I question how you know it's at the top. At least one I can see.
I have people tape this for me.
I see. And then, let me see here. Did you have another? Anyone else?
Yes, more of the live persuasion. She doesn't eat much. She mainly just drinks alcohol, so I don't know how many taste buds she has left at this point. Maybe something to make her less grumpy.
I see. He kind of wipes his hands a little bit after he takes it, pulls out a big old this carving knife and just slices off this huge, a fairly good sized piece of the shark and lays it on the grill. Let's get that cooking. And now, as he seasons it, he pulls out these various bottles and they're, he tops and he's just like got them between his fingers and he's just dancing over them.
Are there any of them I don't recognize?
You see some stuff that's actually like sparkling.
Jacob has a million questions. Are those
Yeah.
metallic flakes in your spices? What are they sparkle like that?
No, they are crushed dragon juice.
What?
Gives a little bit of...
What?
Just take it. Or else you will blow the head clean off of whoever's eating.
Starts taking notes.
He literally will answer any question you have. But in the meantime, he's like, one moment, let me see about your friend. He motions, or he kind of goes in the back. And you hear him say something, and I don't think you understand Tabaxi.
No.
Let me see here. Yep, that's the one. And after a few moments, you see a woman step out with him.
Hello!
Ooh,
I'm Jacob.
He's gonna look you over. You're looking for something to adjust the blood root.
Ah, yes. Ah, Pete. Every time it drinks, it makes a horrid face. I can't help but one of my companions consuming something they don't like.
Is he full down here or turned or...
I believe full. Not kind of depth yet.
She kind of thinks about it. Kind of walks into the back, comes back out with his vial. It's more of a... It looks like a medicine bottle with the cork on the top, one of the round ones. He sets it down. These 15 silver. And you see it's full of a clear liquid, which is completely different from the other. This may or may not be to this light, but it does help to stop the problems, the pain. And it usually allows more human consumption types. You see the tabaxi guy looks around as he starts cutting up the fish. She is my Irish ingredient, so she can't taste anything without it.
Has he been lying to me?
No. And only taste blood. Everything else I think is needed.
I'll take 6.
Also, Deca will remember that Elliot said he's never fed on human.
Yeah, this is another way to dampen your...
Why don't you bring him here, and then I will make the decision if he gets it.
I'm going to turn around and like swing my finger around, and hopefully Elliot is within a couple 120 feet of me. Elliot! Where are you?
Was that a library? Elliot's like looking around, and then kind of,
No, it's behind the kitchen.
and he's kind of tapping his head and using the. Is the psychic link between all of them with Kyle still working?
Lord, we're not.
Yeah, that should
mile range. Yeah. It lasts for. I think I rolled it for 8 hours. So as long as we're not out of a mile range of me, it should be fine.
I mean, she's kind of technically in a demi-plane, but I'm not going to make it a problem.
It's up to you. I'll leave it. So literally, what I hear is fucking Jacob yell Elliot as he's trying to do that. And I'm just like, but yeah, it should be working.
Elliot thinking, or at least going through Kael to Deckham and just says, I feel like I just hear a double echo in my head of two Deckham's voices.
Oh, right. I didn't know if that weird tent of hers was like blood brain juice.
I
Oh, I
am...
can still hear you, right? this is your name. Jesus Christ.
Sidmar, you come here. Sidmar, I went to
You're in the food area.
So one thing I wanted
I
to say
found
was,
food.
I don't know if anybody's looking for everybody's around situated. Can I roll a perception to see if there's any body that resembles the guy that really attacked us?
Go ahead. Roll for perception. You haven't seen anybody.
But I'm still kind of on edge, considering that I was the one that they were looking for. So I'm gonna periodically.
We'll do Zinmar real quick, since Snowy's been sitting there the whole time. So, also backstage tickets.
Yeah, and what about him?
I mean, unless you've seen someone. That's Coleman said. Yeah.
Listen, I haven't seen someone my whole life.
Wow. That sucks.
So similar!
So you're like one of those ones with the chastity shit.
Well, not forced. But I just never had the interest.
I mean, are you interested?
Listen, if we're going backstage, I want something to come with me. I'm kind of on edge at the moment. So I don't want to go for it.
I should have asked you about some black eye.
Yeah.
But with them, I figured you just got your ass kicked by.
Let's just say that Declan got a little excited.
That could be taken in so many ways, and I'm going to go with the ways that I know best. That's kinky.
Maybe I'll show you later.
Anyway, no, I mean, if you're worried, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be my first.
At the moment, I am a good. Come on,
You are looking around, Mark.
Yeah, I'm a bit on it. Rightfully so. I don't really want to, but it seems okay. From what I've seen so far.
There are very few things that would come to attack anybody in this place. Even dark powers don't hurt me. Which is why we can put this on. In the middle of a time with Jack recently. But she kind of leads you a little bit away from the main flow of things. There is no one going to be doing much, especially if it's... I mean, if you want to talk about it, you can. I mean, I'm kind of going off on ideas that looking at you and your things, and that I saw someone recently. I'm gonna guess you're from the Shogunate Isles. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about any assassins or anything like that. I mean, if they are, that would be really, really stupid.
I'm gonna put my guard down for not fully, but for the most part, I'm gonna feel a lot more relaxed. Most of this is still foreign to me anyway. I'm not really from here. As a lot of us are from here. I kind of just ended up here.
Yeah. I miss my homework sometimes too, but you know, families more important sometimes and they go out together. Granted, I do leave most of the time to go do my own shifts, but if you're really that concerned, well, she kind of motions up towards you kind of notice there are a lot of ravens around. Yeah, like actual birds up on, like on lines, on top of tents, on top of cargoes. You know,
What's on the phone? Think of all the birds.
well, we've made a very good agreement with the Order of the Ravens, so they're ravens. People usually don't like pissing off something that rips their head off.
Let's see. Well, it seems like this place is more safe than most.
It is, as we said before, and we kind of try to keep on the down low. Pretty much everyone here is a monster hunter and fights vampires, lycanthropes, has problems as a mode, multiple modes. It's just what we do. No, look, if you're really not that comfortable about this, it's fine. Just,
we can head back. So I feel more comfortable back there.
It's about that time you get the call from Deca.
Sinma, I found a man who's cooking shark for you.
Shark.
Yes. Or at least I believe so. I've only seen the ass half.
Why? The ass has the worst part. You want the fins or shark fin soup.
When I was floating at sea, I tried to catch a shark and I literally failed. So,
Well, time for some revenge.
I'm so down for some shark. Also, as I'm walking over to him or slightly past him, I tap him on the shoulder and say, we might have to go to the back room, so that's for another time. And I kind of walk past him and hold the shark in my claws.
Wait, is he gonna send it to?
Actually, by the time you get there, you're actually presented with a bowl of shark soup.
Yeah, that figures. Kyle's just gonna walk in.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who does Zimar say that to?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
got a problem?
Deca will look down to Elliot. Well, that's so nervous.
Ellie just
Did I miss
shrugs.
something in the past 5 minutes?
I'm not sure.
No, from over there as a player, I thought you mentioned to Ellie. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I was very confused.
That was all. But yeah.
Elliot, I would like you to meet. She didn't introduce herself.
Did you introduce yourself to her?
Of course I did.
Just making sure.
Elliot, roll me an insight.
That disgusting beverage that you have to drink. She might have something that's based better.
I don't know if I should be offended that you would call disgusting when you don't have to
I've
drink
seen the
it.
face you make when you drink it.
You see this woman there, Elliot, and as Deccan points it out, you realize she is staring at you with But you imagine your own eyes have to look like when you're locked onto something. You know, that you are trying to determine if it's a friend or an enemy. But they are definitely...
Aside...
You immediately know right off the bat, like, oh yeah, she's a damn peer like you.
Right. And then Elliot again resumes his conversation with Deckham. Yes, well. Where was that? Oh, that was my 3D dice coming in late. I was like, why is there a dice roll going on? But Elliot resumes immediately chatting to Deckham of, right, well, for my particular, well, for the beet juice, I just have to add a little bit of salt into it, and it's fine, or vinegar.
Beet juice doesn't usually stop cravings.
It suffices when you already tempered yourself long enough.
You would probably find borscht to be more suitable.
Well, we haven't really found any wildlife that is edible.
Borscht is a dish.
It's a beet soup.
Hmm.
Technically, you can make it with kombucha.
Ah, I did not know they were called by those names. Greybeard just said, here, have this red...
Fermentation vessel.
Neither of which will stop the taste or the quality. It sounds a bit short, but
Small bit of it. Removes the heavier form of the craving. And you are...
she kind of pushes the vial towards you. I am Weiss. And you're welcome to try it. It's not all of it.
I'm just gonna roll this for him. I'm just gonna remove this. He kind of stares at it very blankly for a brief moment. Fine.
If I wanted to poison you, you'd already be dead.
I'm pretty certain if anyone had wanted me dead, by coming here, they would have already done the job well before you did. No, I was just considering the idea of, well, drinking this might end up waking some compulsions or whatnot. And he just takes a swig.
You realize pretty quickly the usual bitterness of the bloodroot that you usually use is just kind of a small aftertaste to this. There is some other things. But you suddenly... Something you notice is that as you do that, the smells of normal food that usually are not appetizing or not interesting, they are usually, because they're too powerful, there's kind of a weird muting to that in a way, but also at the same time, like, you know, the cooking meat suddenly smells okay. The cooking vegetables, all of that, it smells like what you imagine normal food should taste or smell like to other people when they talk about it. And even with just a swig, like, the usual level of what the liquid does this is much further. You know, it is, like, you were like, okay, am I actually even interested in blood anymore? For a moment.
Elliot actually placing his pointer finger across from his nose as if he's actually sniffing the part of his hand, and then of course starts to feel his lips a little bit, or at least more like he's touching his fangs, but hiding it behind the gloved hand. That's new.
It does not change you, it's a bit stronger, a bit punctured.
Is there any after effects or long-term effects to this?
I'm lying to your friend involved.
Since when have I lied to you?
Said my cooking was good. And I just learned now that you can't even taste anything?
Oh no, he could. But it's, you know, I imagine, you know, because you're a vampire, like, everything's kind of a little bit muted or over, you know, the heightened senses, like, you know, what we smell normally is just like, okay, that's a little strong.
Elliot goes, allow me to correct myself.
I mean, that's like, at a personal level, he knows that, but he is also taking it to heart.
Elliot just gonna add of, well, my sense of taste was muted for the most part, so it's not that I was lying, it's just, at least I was able to taste something. I think that's more complimentary, that your skill for cooking, that I could taste something when I usually don't taste anything.
One thing I will point out, like, right now, like, you've been drinking beet juice with salt, it's like, you're suddenly like, okay, I've been putting a little bit too much salt in that race today, you know, like,
yes.
Normally you're like, hey, I can't really, now it's like, I wished I hadn't drank in that 20 minutes ago, or, you know.
15 minutes ago, yeah.
That's still sitting in your mouth.
I've been doing that, Cal's like, yeah, Do you have any flavor drops? So I look at the chef.
I also look at the chef because I just told her that she drinks a lot.
Kind of leans out. And what for it reason are you from?
Not here? Or... Wait,
Swallow hogs.
I'm impressed that there's a world that's called...
No, I don't. No, I'm not considering there's a woman that probably does actually swallow hogs.
Oh my god.
I wanted to use that joke so hard.
I hate you.
I know, buddy.
He's sharpening a knife, and he kind of stops, or he kind of puts them to the side. I think I might have something for you. That's my bad. Yes. I don't know. As he pulls out a bottle. A bit of an odd import with very unusual flavor cactus. Rolled around with spices from Abu, from the Grand Alliance. I believe as he blows off the dust. Ah yes, the finest vintage of Sandy.
Ellie just crooked an eyebrow of, the hell's a sandy?
Please tell me it's my pot belly, Deli.
Oh, you definitely see, yeah, there's definitely the name Cloud Catcher Liner or Distillery. But it's got, it's one of those, like, I don't know if you've ever seen them, but it is, like, the most ridiculous, like, image of, like, this, like, gorilla doing something stupid.
I've
Like,
never
little
felt
cactus or something.
I've never felt so insulted and so happy to see something in my life. You know, considering I haven't had a good cloud catcher drink in a hot minute, I think I'll take it. How much?
If you like me, I can stop the house.
No, I mean, let me see here. Honestly, most people don't particularly like this one because it's, I don't know. He looks around at like all the people walking by. But how that's so not so. Well accustomed to things of like uniqueness.
I don't even know what the fuck Kelly defines as unique taste for alcohol.
Make pensions.
Yeah, for some reason. I
If he takes the case off my hand, I give it to you for 15 gold.
For some reason, I feel like this is Deli's toilet. He said I'm fucking lying.
He would. The stand ape would be something special.
Okay, let me put it this way. In rum terms, this is the high proof, you know, like the 97 proof.
Good, great Molotov cocktail.
Yeah, this is like the high grade. You probably have heard of it at least. It is like the high grade, overly, you know, small batch.
I have a question, since now that Elliot's sense of taste and smell is returning, can he actually smell the...
I used it for 15 years and 5 years by using top magic.
If you look at the case, you see an image of a possum and like a speech bubble that says Jimmy approves of this.
How long have you sat on that show?
Literally 5 minutes.
Good. I approve.
I created that on the fly. You're welcome.
Makes way too much sense. You said 15 gold?
Yep, for a whole case, which is 4 bottles.
Wait. Oh god. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. Wow, I have 69 gold last night.
How many case, how much was in the case?
4 bottles.
4 bottles.
And they're like full wine bottle size.
How much for a tin of the crushed dragon crystal?
Oh, that's nice.
Yes. I've been looking in every town for different spices. One man tried to sell me gunpowder.
You kind of look at him and he kind of looks over at like something he's got on another trail and like, did you buy it? I mean, I use it every now and then on some things, especially the pocket trees.
No.
I almost took it, but Elliot stopped me.
I was gonna
I
say,
was kind of...
no. I don't remember stopping you. I think it would have been dumb, but gunpowder has been used to cure wounds, or to like close up wounds and sutures. It's not great.
It works really well on seasoning beetles now. Because it's mostly fat.
Can't you also just blow a hole in your jaw from that?
No. You have to light it on fire. I mean, if you just sprinkle it on the tail, it's simmering it, you know.
Stackham's faceplate kind of moved a little bit, and he just sees all the arcing electricity inside of his head.
Oh my god.
I see. Usually my experience with, well, gunpowder is more toward near death and explosive matters.
Yes, carrying gunpowder has never ended well.
Considering the situation we've been in a few times already.
Sorry, I missed something.
Oh, no, I was just banter. Jacob just said him carrying gunpowder has never really ended well, because he's
And-
like an electrical fucking lightning rod.
And also, Elliot adding... Elliot is just adding, yes, and due to the situations we've been in, yeah. I'm amazed we haven't blown up.
Great.
Well, I mean, it has its habits. But as far as the crushed dragon pistol, chili powder, oh, that special stuff. Then you watch in Weiss, she kind of goes in the back, and she comes back out with another bottle with a piece of parchment, kind of wrapped and tied around it. She hands it to you. Elliot.
Yes.
It takes a little bit of a sip now and then keeps it away. Just be aware. Remember that human food doesn't always process. So.
I hadn't had too much trouble on my end for at least the past 8 decades.
Some of our kind don't have to stop to realize what other people enjoy. They tend to shit themselves.
I keep everyone's diet perfectly in line.
Meanwhile, Kyle is drinking her rum.
Besides that one.
I look over to Zimar's shark soup.
Which I am absolutely enjoying right now, by the way.
It is weirdly amazing because like you're eating it and you're like, wow, this has, you know, the spice is like right there on the tip of it, but it's not overshadowing anything, and you're like, wow, how is this not like burning my tongue? Why am I not sweating? You actually feel weirdly a little bit more energetic. You actually gain a temporary key point.
Elliot's just gonna add. Elliot's just gonna add while looking at the.
Temporary
DM?
I'm sorry, it got covered up or what?
temporary max point or temporary.
You're sure to be at max or something. Basically, you gain the key point. So if you've used any key points, you gain one back.
Elliot's just gonna add looking at Zimar's soup, then to Zimar.
Look up. Quick shoot.
I don't suppose you're gonna turn that shark man that basically beat most of us up into soup.
Oh, I absolutely can.
Please don't come meet him if he's on our ship.
What you all see, what you do see is Deckham is in a notebook writing down. And you see him doing math. Like, looks at the soup, kind of like does some calculations, writes a number down.
Oh, speaking of notebooks.
If you're gonna cook them, at least cook them off ship.
No, Zinmon needs about 1345 more calories for today. He did a lot of work.
Right. There is a particular tent that might be of interest to you guys about a librarian, Devolis. I got some information about the Acre Swamp and a bit of the breach as well as Mordhold.
He'll technically lead back over to the chef who still didn't introduce himself. So, is there a place I can get some ingredients to go that will make it through the swamp without swampifying?
Well, if you talk to my brother, I imagine something.
And your voice sounds like it's really awesome. That's supposed to be mysterious?
But why do you sound like you've been smoking 3 packs a day?
I don't, but thank you.
He's just being a smug asshole for a second.
Yeah, I also know what this can't do.
As far as the gas dragon question, clearing the chili powder, I would be in the histories. Mostly because you probably play with something.
No, I mean Pixel as in our D&D campaign. No, I can't.
What's up, Jason?
This cat looks just like our cat, except for just a slightly different color.
I can't believe you.
Well, I'm not going to push. If it's your secret ingredient, I'm not going to stop you from handling your secrets.
Well, I will put it this way, Dragon Crystal is of an arcane nature. It makes it expensive, and it makes it explosive.
Deco looks at his, like, down the line of his party, looks down at his chest. I understand.
Wait, the moment you say explosive, Kyle for a brief moment has like a flash of PTSD and then kind of shakes it off.
I understand all too well.
Oh, good, you know the dragon shards. Yes. Needless to say, you actually do realize that as he puts that specific shaker away, it's like in a freaking lead, canister with the lid is off, but it's like a lead canister that's like a half-inch thick on each side.
Sorry, as he's putting it away. The dragon what?
Dragon shards.
Never heard of it.
And what world do you hail from?
Jordoma.
Oh, I do not believe they have these are from Ravenloft, where magic has condensed itself into such things as
What?
Oh, yeah,
That's in my
it's
notes.
fun going.
So what? Just dense dragon magic and
Condensed water magic. But yes, mostly dragons. Sometimes it's other things. As in, if war happening on a global scale, the dead zone. Lebanon is a very fucked up place as they went to war with the entire world. It's dead places, dead magic, wild magic. Some of those places create dragon crystals, which can be utilized by people like myself or people who cast spells to create the most amazing amount of power.
Uh-huh.
Alright, keep that in mind for all the spells we'll never cast.
I will as well. Most of the spells that I cast.
I don't suppose these crystals could be used as runes or applied to weaponry.
Yes.
Huh.
Or a power supply.
Yes. That
Do you
is
know what they
actually
look
what
like?
they are used for. Yes, I do.
Well, he's gonna look to the freak. Don't freak out. He's going to open up his faceplate and expose the battery. You guys have seen this when he casts like lightning bolt and stuff, so.
Alright, what the fuck?
Are you sure that's wise, Deckham?
Alright, Anna? There's your room right now.
Kind of looks at it, squints real hard, looks at it, and then all of a sudden he turns and you hear into backseat. He yells something, and you see a guy who is over at what looks like a souvenir booth. He calls back, and then puts a sign up and runs over and let me get this tip.
Oh my fuck, who the? It looks like
Look,
a
it's
weasel
my other
and a cat.
He looks like a very intellectual person.
It looks like a weasel and a cat had a baby together.
You hear them both, like, it sounds like bickering. Zimar, you definitely know that they're just like, wait, what? What are you calling me over for? Why are, what? Oh, shit, what the fuck is that?
Hello now! Hello!
Then you hear, the fat one calling, he's like, is that a drag crystal? And he's like, nice. And I'll see stop. Right, so, that was, not a dragon crystal.
Oh, alright then.
And it looks like a modified gem bomb.
I'm sorry, a fucking what? I just immediately stopped freaking.
No, they're very contained, modified one. But, how much you want for it?
It is how I'm alive, so.
Oh,
Yeah, why the fuck do you have a gem bomb?
Do you want me to be able to move or do you want to carry me? I don't
okay. Wait. Let me look at that. He actually, kind of climbs up on your chest in, the most cat-like way, and is, looking in there. You see him, pull out, a pair of glasses with the, the kind that have a little adjustable drop-down so that he can zoom in and out, and he's looking at it. Oh my. Oh, I see. Oh, this is interesting. Most interesting. How old are you?
Over 900. But just recently reactivated.
This explains a lot. Then you watch him as he, everybody watches him kind of in a very feline way. He kind of moves from that and he kind of goes over Deckham and is looking over parts of him in a way, using his claws to kind of hang on plates and such in a very cat-like way, even though he's wearing a suit, which is also interesting. Let's see, yes.
He touches wrong parties like his poop face is better.
Actually, with a weird deft nimbleness, he doesn't. He's looking at it. You watch as he kind of pulls out a wooden stick, and sometimes he'll kind of just, move little things out of the way. I am sorry, it's probably a little subject. I see. What how interesting. And then he finally stands up, adjusts his tie. You are most interesting.
Yes, the body is recently custom built.
Man, being that is a piece of workmanship I have not seen in many years. Most interesting.
My mistress is a font of her craft.
And her name?
That's good to do a little quick.
For the 17, you realize this guy is just as much an artificer as she is, probably.
Her name is Kay.
You have to look at him, and then you look at some of the high shelf trinkets and his stuff, and it's wait a minute. I see. I have not heard that name. You said from Cordova?
Yes. I
Does she
believe
have a mentor?
she's mostly self-taught, but she learned her some of the more intricate arcane from a gnomish professor known as Fizzbang Wizzle. Steve, I think your name is.
Yes. He's the creator of the zero gravity pen.
Ugh. Trust me, those prototypes were a nasty thing to wrangle when they got upset.
Most of us just use pens. But anyway, no.
Well, he always dreamed of getting on a spell jam and flying off into space.
Oh, he made a pen.
That works in zero gravity.
I
Spent decades of his life researching pens.
Not zero gravity, but pens.
Yeah, not zero gravity or gravity. Fucking pen.
I do apologize. What is zero gravity you're referring to?
Do you know what
Now, remember
gravity
when you
No.
I'm not even gonna explain that.
Can you
Can I
explain
turn-
that to me once?
Oh, yeah. Do you know what a sketch is?
I am aware of the Spelljammers recently.
The spirit jammer creates its own gravity, which is what keeps you on your feet, on the ground, like this. Yes. Without that magic, you just float off until you get sucked into a star or something. It's terrible.
Yeah, so he would use the levitate spell on himself and try to write with pens. It would never work. He'd get very upset.
So considering that he's gnomish, he was made from the gnomish side where they have gravitational properties.
I'm confused why they just use a pencil.
That too, I guess.
That being said, when you get back to Jordova, I'm not really interested in your that. You might see if there is a dust cave in something.
Right.
As I believe that is one of Alina's prototypes.
Annalena. Alright. Leave that. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much, sir. Echo in everybody's mind. Is it rude for these people to tell me their names, or is it just me?
They don't seem very forthcoming about it.
It seems like
Considering we don't know it.
it seems like it's also just
What?
it just seems to be their way of protecting their own identity. We are still in a way strangers to them.
You can roll an insight. Each of you who wants to.
Oh yeah.
Echo definitely does. He's starting to get like nervous and frustrated about it.
No, Elliot doesn't really care too much about it.
God bless our party.
Elliot is right on the money with that. He's like, yeah, they're probably very protected. Declan and Kyle, the more you think about it, probably half of the names you've been given probably are fake. But it is definitely a hiding it because of what they are and what they really do versus anything personal.
Is it, I guess, this is a weird question that gets a little but would it be like the same way that like people in Schlanken would kind of just give out fakes so they don't have to deal with the bullshit more or less, comparatively?
You're getting the feeling that half of the time they're also using accents that aren't their normal accents.
Okay.
So I mean, there is a lot of acting going on. Like, you remember, like, Snowy and her dad being like, you know, her dad's like, we're on the clock, as he's got that, like, bad British cockney thing going on.
I don't need to be alone.
Yeah. Whereas Snowy's just, like, full on with her natural accent. You know, most of these people you can tell do definitely have a different accent. The more you listen to it, you, like, it slightly peeks through. Like, you know, they're speaking more to, like, the locals or to you. Blending in with this, like, oh, we're just a bunch of carnies and circus folk.
Alright.
Because, like I said, you know, as you looked over at, like, his souvenirs, you know, he's got bottle openers and knickknacks and stuffed animals and bags of holding.
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. I should have got the bag of holding for my fucking wine cooler restaurant collecting now.
But I mean, like, it's like, you know, there's some top shelf things that he's selling as, like, this and that, and then it's like, suddenly there's, you know, high grade shit that is like, wait.
I wish I had his item list of what he was selling before. Oh well. Anyway, don't worry about it too much, Declan. Kind of area of trade kind of thing.
Sorry. A robot in sweat.
It's kind of something you notice, like, now that you're thinking about it, like, whenever something, like, comes up like that, they very deftly kind of just change the subject so you're not either sometimes, or, you know, you're listening around and such. It's like, there's a lot of psychological, you know, game playing that they're doing with people to protect themselves.
Yeah.
To an extent, you can tell that with you guys, maybe you're kind of you're kind of a little bit of the talk of the area. So they're being a little bit more open with you because you're Snowy's guests.
Well, I thank you all very much. You have been quite the help.
My brother said you were looking for something for spice preservation.
Yes, we are going to be heading into the swamp quite soon, actually, and I want to have these three to have proper meals while we're in there.
Again, going back to drinking a rum.
Come to my stall of trinkets and knickknacks. He moves around, kicks the sign off. Very deftly.
I don't
These
see.
are a bit more expensive for the regular folks, but let's see without some frills. He pulls up a small leather pouch. This is the handy spice pouch.
All his lights go pink.
Yes, that's right. It's like a miniature bag of poaching for spices.
I love it.
Do you have a preference? I have it. Dwarven. I have it in Elven. It's a weirdness of humans.
Well, I understand my fear of those three.
Oh, might I suggest the... You know what? I have a good idea. He reaches down and he picks up one. It's kind of dyed in a weird leather tie-dye. We call this the grab bag.
I love it.
Has a little bit of everything, maybe. But from what I created it to be, he kind of opens the pouch a little bit, pulls up literally a cappuccino. You hold it over it. Yeah, you're like, where the hell did he get a fresh cappuccino from? For this, first of all,
Is this like a bag of tricks but for fucking food?
Oh no, he didn't pull the cappuccino out of the bag. He pulled the cappuccino from out behind the counter.
Oh, okay.
Like on a plate. Like why did he have just a cappuccino sitting behind there on a plate?
What? It's still steaming.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's all the questions you should be asking. As he sets it there, what you do is you take the drawstrings like this, and he kind of pulls them together, swing it around a little bit like this, and when the color changes, open the top, take out the sprinkle, and you watch as he kind of reaches in, pulls out, and he poofs it down, and you see basically nutmeg and cinnamon that he sprinkles onto it. Sometimes it's very good because it will know exactly what you want.
This is going to be hilarious.
10% of the time it will screw up. I will warn you.
Oh no. Alright, so by Jeebus standards, it's 100% of the time. I'm ready for this item to blow up, like on the second use.
And how much are you asking for this magical bag?
He kind of looks at you, kind of looks around you at Zamar, kind of looks up the Ravenloft for a moment. If the kids know it's not fighting all of us and being weird, 25 gold.
Here's 50
Are you sure he wants to sleep with me?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is she's. I have a sign as a fucking curse.
Sir, I am a very convincing Wolfforged. I don't think I can convince everyone to stop being so in the mood.
No, horny is just a better term, right?
It's vulgar.
I
I'll
told
describe it when it comes to the head mouse, since she's going to talk about things we have to deal with.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
You can see there's like an actual amount of like exasperation, like, I wish she wasn't home.
But no, yeah.
We had a 30-minute conversation with Kyle.
I've had a longer one, and it was worse.
You haven't. I mean, look, she's family, but she's just like her mother. The rest of us all.
Gonna say dead?
Promiscuous, I suppose that's the word.
Actually, did she actually say that?
No, Kyle's not that. Kyle's not that brash.
Okay.
That was a Mariner joke. Like I said, Kyle's smart and centric is gonna start being that much of an asshole unless someone provokes her, and people really haven't. So. Yeah, I kind of figured she was.
She was literally laying into the stereotypical bard.
She's a damn good vampire hunter. She's just. It's like a PTSD stare, just like.
Trust me, I understand that all too well.
Is it some sort of curse that she does this, or is it her own volition?
On our home worlds, the stars determine not that person. I was born under the sign of the salesman. And the creator, but that's why I can make such things as peace. She was born under the sign of lust and the star of lust. That's the time of lust. So it was a complete question of what the hell.
Now I'm starting to feel really bad for most of you people.
It's a medical condition.
I don't think it's magical at that point. I think it's just her fate.
At the said medical.
So apparently the face divined her to be a lust fiend. I see.
No, she's not a succubi. I've seen those.
As have I.
Sensitive, she's a fiend.
I think she might give us succubus a run for their money.
Yeah, anyway, so yeah. Alright, 50 gold's fine for me. I'm not gonna pass away, so.
He has a 50 gold, like, yeah, well, there's no way of convincing her.
That's a shot.
I will still attempt, but I don't know if I can find the stars.
I think you have better
This
chance.
lady right here. This lady wants to take me to the back and make sweet nothing with me.
Also, my wife's there.
You watch this lady, like, you say that, you literally watch as he reaches down, pulls out a thing. You're probably gonna need to see some money.
At the very least, yeah, I'm not fixing with me with that.
Is she a fighter?
God. Fucking throw down.
It's a throwdown.
Alright, thank you very much, sir. And I do believe that we have a show to catch.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time for that, so.
Damn,
Just to
I
go
thought-
out about it.
How long have I been in that tent?
A couple hours.
I don't see any hours. Hours though.
By my accent.
Elliot will just look over to Weiss and just ask, how much is for these blood root vials?
That one's free, and the ingredients you should be able to do. You seem capable enough for it to do that.
Right. Thank you for that. Let's see, there's a slight nod. At least I won't have to be scurrying around in the land of ice for that.
Do you actually like look at the paperwork?
He does.
It's not
And-
chemical composition, but it's there's some things you're not entirely sure of, but you're pretty sure. Like you remember seeing some of these things listed at Vasili's. You've heard Deckham talk about them.
The only thing that comes to mind to Elia is that, at least when he was training with Greybeards, that they had to do a lot of running in the land of black ice near his home area of Blackmoor. So,
But at the end of the day, it's just kind of like a distilled tincture of things.
we were burning off more ingredients than necessary. Okay, so let me just write that down.
But you looking at it and like the instructions, like one of these bottles will probably last you potentially a week or two.
Looks over to Weiss and just asks, I don't suppose there's a request or a payment that I'm meant to fulfill for you in this exchange.
If the stories I've heard are true, you already do good work.
Following the light of St.
You
Cuthbert.
don't charge each other.
he just quietly or very gently folds up the recipe and places it into one of the chest pockets for safekeeping. Right, I suppose we have a show to go to, and looks over to the Zemar, and I suppose you'll be needing Declan for your backseat show.
Not I'm going to be some Deco might not know.
Is that what they're calling it nowadays? I swear I've been out of the loop way too fucking long. I'll just drinking!
Simple, Declan. You are the chaperone to make sure to save him.
I think if anything, you're more of a wingman. You can't tell me you don't know that idiom. No, I'm pretty sure someone else is gonna get deep. Never mind, I'm not even gonna make that joke. Kinda like just stop yourself like,
Right. Declan, just think of it this way. You are simply protecting Zemar's integrity. If,
oh, he's losing that immediately. I'll just say, drink.
and making sure things don't go too far. And then Elliot just gets up and prepares to head to the show.
From what I heard from the, horrible sending messages I got, I don't think too far is far enough, which is a scary thing.
Which remind you could probably bring that before I go back.
Please do! I just immediately did. You just hear like a mental snap almost, kind of like the radio feedback for a split second, but then it stops.
Kind of walk over. Oh, come on, buddy. You don't wanna be
No!
right?
No! I was better fucking be forced to eat our nuke.
Are you gonna come back with Deco on?
No.
Deco in space.
I know he does. And I've dealt with one of those before. They're saying it's a gem bomb. It's not great. I've watched it destroy a city.
I'm fantastic.
No, you're fine, Deco. What you're carrying is like a deadly weapon that I don't ever want to see again.
I'm not carrying it, it's powering me. It's how I move. It's how I act.
Is it
Tell
really
me.
modified?
I'm aware I've also seen someone highly modify I can't destroy half the city.
I mean, in reality, I guess that is more along the lines of what I'm already channel conduit, so...
Oh. Yeah, that doesn't make me feel any better.
I mean, if it did,
They're trying to...
kind of stops for a moment, then he launches, he pulls out a notebook, kind of jots down some notes. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be too bad. About the size of a house.
I was just walking away. That point, the moment he said that.
I'm nervous.
Only if someone dispelled all 47 different checks and safeties on it.
No, I'm kind of glad there's not that many. Just gonna keep that in mind to always be far away from Neko.
I mean, you'd have to have that team after you didn't choose that, I think.
You know. No, I missed it.
Depends, I mean, plus if you have anti-magic field, you're just shut down. Potentially. Oh, wait, no, the other...
Nah, I think that sees.
Should I be worried about any of this?
No?
Not really.
Alright, okay.
Elliot's already gone. Heading to the show.
I imagine they're walking and well, Kyle's walking and talking while they're doing that.
He's just calling from a stand. No.
Alright.
Elliot also just thinks to himself, I guess Kyle probably hears like, you know, I'm glad I actually broke my own hand when she was attempting to seduce me as well.
He would have broken the link by then, so.
Okay.
Yeah. You can keep that one to yourself. Don't keep that. scary memory box.
Yep. Elliot's also putting that in in that particular corner. Like, yep. I resist temptation.
There are other reasons. So because not very keen on people that are not forthcoming.
Alright, I guess we go to the
They bring
next.
sushi that way. If anything, Sunny's giving her peaches. Sunny fucking snowy. I don't know what the fuck is this.
They're really your brother.
But I guess Rain was her cousin.
Oh, sorry. No, actually, Rain was around. Like,
Really?
yes. There's Snowy's actual name is Winter Paws. And then there's Summer Paws and Rainy Paws.
I hate that, but I love it at the same time.
I see, one for each type of season.
It was also because of the coloration. Snowy was named because she was white and gray. Summer is orange and gray.
I'm guessing the other one was blue and gray. Makes sense.
Alright, onward to watch Top Gun, but I don't think he's gonna be on top. I'm sorry, that joke was holding on for a minute.
I kind of feel that. Yeah, I felt that.
Alright. So, are you guys doing anything in the last hour? Anything you want to check out?
Elliot would inform Deckham and Kyle about what he heard in the librarian, information he gathered.
I think Kyle's good as well, because to put it bluntly, this is how she sees it, she's kind of here for a job to get a person to go, but she's also trying to keep the civil, considerate, study, or keep saying fucking Sunny. Snowy had offered them tickets and stuff, so she's trying to be just civil and cordial. That's about it. Otherwise she would have left if they could have found the guy already.
Okay.
Right. Again, Elliot's just informing. He'll also just go quickly on the highlight parts. When we go through the Ichor Swamp, we have to apparently beware of the rabbits. But there isn't too much information beyond that.
Were they like dire rabbits? Big rabbits?
I'm suspecting. Well, there was this creature back at in Oarth, or at least around Blackmoor, that use a simple disguise of a. You ever heard of a creature called the wolf in sheep clothing?
I mean, I've heard of the
Term,
phrase,
yes.
I don't know. Yes.
There's actually a creature that is also called that.
Alright.
It looks like a simple woodland creature on a wooden stump. And should one think of approaching it, it is actually some sort of tendril plant-like monster.
Oh. Alright.
The luring trap, I would give it that. It almost ate me when I was in my 10th year of life.
How long
That means you were 10.
Yes.
I mean, Declan, how old are you?
What are we going by here?
See what I mean? He looks at him what he was saying to Elliot and then throws it at him.
I'm confused, but at the same time, yes. So, if they're mentioning something about beware the rabbits, could mean a few things. Could be a creature that is using rabbits as a distraction. Could also be the warning of the swamp witch being around, if she's as quirky as everyone has mentioned her to be.
She could just have rabbit familiars that just probably eat us alive or something.
That too. So, if such a collection of monster hunters in a library has a note saying to beware the rabbits, I suppose we should keep that in mind. Also, the...
Did it say beware or watch out for?
Look back online, my things here. No, it says beware of the rabbits.
Ah, alright.
If you want a... In case I may have misheard it, there was a librarian, Devolos, a librarian that apparently has a tent that has more space in it than it should.
I believe they all do.
Which I'm beginning to notice. Also, I looked for information on the breach and Morthole. The breach... apparently there's something about corpse flowers. Also, about 90-something% of the population is not local. There is something about a group called the Cleaners, and something about be wary of the Iron Harvest. I don't know.
Does the Iron Harvest ring any bells for me?
Dectum, I will let you roll a history.
Alright.
It is the high, or very high DC, but
I believe in Jeebus'
Six.
ability.
Can I burn my inspiration to give him another?
Sure.
Jeebus has his own inspiration. Let him burn it. He's an adult. He can use his own.
up to you.
I'm giving him mine.
15.
You know, because I want to see Jeebus suffer, let's go one more time.
I also have
Yeah, we all have one. I don't make me roll 6 times.
You know, Jeebus, for posterity's sake, you might as well burn your own.
22. Burger. No.
In my life to watch a man roll.
super.
But I imagine it's like Jacob sorting through the files, and it's like, nope, wait, nope.
Remember, each of us are like walking up to him, like, oh, did you check this section?
Yeah. Or like, Jacob's like,
Just because you guys want this so much.
no, I wanted this so Jeebus could suffer, because I wanted to see him roll. But I would actually want to know as well.
Dectum, just because I feel like it. And you rolled a 15, and everybody burned their inspiration.
We're just so petty about it.
And I rolled with, within that 20 percentile. As you're going back through, the struggle is because you can't really remember because it's back before then. and you have different terms. You remember that historically there was a time after the war that you were in, they called the period of that the Iron Harvest, where fields were finding, torn apart war machines and war forged, and they were called an Iron Harvest because they were, these farmers were basically having to sell scraps to keep alive and get their fields back in order because of these wars, the First Dragon War. But then there's something you do remember, but you don't really know what it was. It was... let me see if I can find an image for it. Oh, come on, there's gotta be a good one here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, that would probably be the one. Just a moment for me to upload it here. Make sure where it is. Where we go. There we go. Uploading. Put that down on my side so it's not taking up a huge amount of space. It's kind of just a flash, but it's almost like you're reading a file that designated something. Something that you witnessed.
Oh. Right.
Whoa.
Let's just say the Iron Harvest is a bit more than just a bunch of farmers picking up scrap. You know how you can become undead?
Yes.
Wait, are you referring if I were to become a full or embrace my
In a way, yeah. I'm just saying, there's somewhat of an equivalent for Warforged. I believe I caught a glimpse of it when I was decommissioned, and it's let's just say it's something you don't want to run into in an empty field.
I'm assuming the survival rate of it in an empty field is pretty much none.
0.023, I think.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
I take it it's more of a battle-oriented Warforge, or...
No, it's more of a soul-eating Warforged.
Your information on it, even with the flash, you know that it was something that was designed by the enemy. Going on the idea that it's undead, you did see it killing people and utilizing weird energies and stuff, necrotic, which you're not entirely sure if it was undead or not, because sometimes it seemed like it was infernal, sometimes it had energy you couldn't understand. You also know it's about the size of the house.
Let's just say if one of those tents came alive and started eating people, it would use the necrotic energy from it. If it, decided to eat a demon, it would use its infernal energy. It consumes and uses the energy that it consumes, I can only assume. Like I said, I was decommissioned at the time. I'm barely functional.
So we gotta deal with a magical consuming soul robot or rabbits. Now I'm liking rabbits a little bit more.
Yes, but they sink in swamps. I get more
Want
than
to?
that.
We hope.
Can you? Kyle's just like, do you not have a way to just walk around or look for different patches of more dry or swamp area?
I can, but I'm a 300-pound death machine.
I suppose my own armor would also be a hindrance as well, as he kind of looks at his chainmail.
Who needs armor?
Right.
We should have to find you better armor.
Me?
No, not neither of you.
I believe he's referring to me.
Also, doesn't that still have hole punch in it from your mom?
That's what I'm saying. He's very
I would-
easy to stab at this point.
I would like to make a correction, but that thing was never my mother.
Her?
Absolutely.
Okay. Kyle's just like not gonna even touch on that subject.
Yeah, and Elliot really emphasizes on thing.
I see we are at an impasse, as we usually are with these two. Or as they call it, the impasse.
The impasse of no nonsense. The impasse of no nonsense and too serious. When it comes to
But they
vampires.
get along so great, especially when they start butting heads. Why we're a great party, guys.
But that going, Elliot adding to is like, well, since we are going through the Icar Swamp, also I believe there was something about mortal that might be dangerous for those of us who enter, perhaps mostly for myself, that would enter holy sites. Which is odd considering
good.
that.
Yeah, come on. Touched by a god, so to speak. That's
I don't think so.
I thought that's what gave you sentience, so let's not misremember who told us about that.
It's complicated.
No, it is freezing cold up there. Dangerous zealots, and kind of reminds me of the land of black ice. Close, well, that surrounds Blackmoor. But it is a bit of a warning. At least the warning I got was to be wary of people there, since they are mostly fighting for survival. Not quite good nor evil. They're just fighting for survival, and apparently something about be wary of church, dark places, colleges, and the fact that people seem to be fighting but have forgotten their reason for fighting.
Oh, maybe do with bots.
Oh god, I don't want to deal with cultists again. Those fucking stupid monks. Sorry.
Elliot just looks very blank, confused. What exactly are these college loans you speak of?
It was a really bad joke. No, Bones Academy did charge an arm and a leg. I went there, so that's a whole other issue.
Is on education free?
Fuck no. When you live in a city as influential as that, they try to extort every piece of gold out of you. Or Electrum if you're in Schlanken, but we don't talk about that.
Why would you use Electrum? That is the most wasted currency that I have ever seen exist.
I still have 2 pieces.
Because they're sitting on a gold mine and silver mine that overproduces way too much that gold is actually cheaper than Electrum. Which don't understand how that works.
Neither do I, and I know for the...
Oh wait, no. I remember now. Sorry, this is also... It's because they don't have the ability to make Electrum where they are, but they have the access to gold and silver so much so that it's just commonplace. Now I remember why exactly.
I am confused. Why not just make more silver and gold?
Do you know how general economics and inflation starts going?
No, because I live as a pauper.
Okay, so basically if you have too much of something, then the value of it will slowly get... Talking about this.
Maybe the poppers.
I was just about to say, offers.
As a,
I was gonna say it too, but then I remember Deco can't eat, so I can say.
It's him microwaving the jalapeno poppers.
which again, just emphasize, Elliot pulls out an alms box. That's already been pretty much been busted up a little bit due to their travels, but like I hope you do remember that I had this when we were at the cross
No,
now.
I'm aware, but like, just think of it this way: they have so much gold and silver, and they can't make electrum. That electrum is just more valuable to them. That's the easiest way to think of it.
To waste gold and silver and make a useless currency.
Yeah, I think that's what most people think of that place. But then again, no.
Imagine the amount of silver arrows you can make, or spears, or swords, just to...
Well, considering they run the market on a lot of bullshit, I think that's what they use. They have so much excess for.
Your
Like,
world,
I'd like what? Sorry, go ahead.
your world is an oddly technological, backwards one. But I can't help but feel that is the case.
That's one way to put it.
It is advanced in technology, but it seems like it is backwards in its thinking.
I don't know if I should take that as an insult as a DM or not. I feel insulted.
This is just Elliot's
I
honest
know,
thought
I
of it as he looks at it.
I mean, I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm assuming we have while we're walking and talking.
Yes, you got a short rest at least.
Okay.
Alright, well, let me get my
Channel
Look, it's almost
Divinity back.
5 seconds history rolls.
No, girl.
Yeah, I don't need that much back, so I'm gonna tilt this. I only took like 4. I took 8 points of damage. Elliot, please.
Hey, what can I say? I only got a +2 on my con, okay? There we go. 17.
I actually almost forgot the reason why Plectrum is like the main currency of Schlenken, and then I remembered in one moment. I'm like, God, I hate how stupid this sounds. It's also so funny. It also makes sense for how disconnected Schlenken is from those places, but people just upcharge Electrum up to half for them to make it so that it's just more valuable.
Alright, so that's all I got so far from those 3 places that we are heading towards.
Well, they don't sound awful. So, nothing new.
Now, at least we're a bit more aware of what could be our possible threats and enemies.
So we're just
Well,
watching.
speaking of enemies, Sigma, do you have any idea what those people were after?
Well, after my short conversation, seems like my family might not be as saintly as I have thought they were, and I think they were just after me in general, or the head of just my family in general.
Aren't you the head of your family?
A head, any
Oh,
head.
a head, not your family. Should we deal with that soon? Sooner rather than later?
I'm being honest, I am still very nervous. I've been kind of looking over my shoulder constantly.
Don't worry. I see all around us.
Sooner I can take care of feeling a little more comfortable in this area, the better. Or the sooner we get out, the better.
I'm a bit more concerned now, since it seems like a similar situation we've all went through due to my family situation.
Beginning to think everything here is just kind of fucked with family situations. Outside of Declan, who just...
Elliot looks at Kyle.
Well, we had to save my family, so technically you're not super off.
Well, don't want to save mine. No, let me rephrase that. One's dead, and the other are dead to me, so I guess I kind of am off on easy street.
Except they had
Being
some.
honest, I don't really know much of my family. Just a lot to know. Really, they're not liked very much around these parts.
Well, that woman that came in and helped us during the fight, do you recognize her?
I didn't recognize her, no, but she seemed to know a lot about my family.
You sure she might be related to Snowy in some way?
Sister.
God, I hope not.
Maybe she didn't know a lot about my family, but she knew that I should be more careful about showing that I am of this family. Thing that I didn't even know I was doing. And I'm pretty sure I told them that why I was wearing these hand wraps. Pretty sure I mentioned what she told me to them.
Yeah, you guys remember Chief Constable Morgana, I think his name was the one who kind of pointed out that there was a mark on, or one of his like spots was on or something, and she said to cover it, but she didn't really say why.
I feel like we find an answer to a mystery only to get more questions to another mystery, or deeper into it.
Isn't it fun?
No.
I just want to go home.
Party poopers.
Alright, Declan. Yes, we are in a plane of existential dread.
Yes.
No, we're on the ground.
Yeah.
We're not in the Spanish hammer.
I am a professional dad, okay?
I know. To be fair, I've made those kind of jokes today as well, so. But we are on a plane of exponential dread. I can never say that fucking word. That bring our worst fears and traumas to life and unwrap mysteries in bullshit that we didn't even want to deal with or have to deal with. How is any of that in any way fun?
Well, I'm just trying to get the plane in its own game.
We've also survived said existential
they go
horrors.
Oh my god. Please tell me he has like 3 different cards with like different marks of we'll die here.
Yeah, Declan's is like for like the first season, it's like not even filled in at all. Like it was super off for Elliot.
What was her name? It was the one that. What was the name of the saint that you kept failing?
Fucking Sister Sammy.
Yeah, the center one was Sammy.
Sammy is
Anderson.
Yeah, Sammy, that was his free space and then he had to cross it out.
Most is in Martyr blank because he just showed up and he doesn't know any of his quirks yet.
What does Elliot say if there's one from...
Zinmar.
Cat?
Question mark.
Cat?
Wait, please tell me Kyle's is like trying to murder a child. I'm like, well, shit, I didn't think I'd cross this one out.
Well, I was in like one of the bottom corners, like, oh, this is just stupid. What the hell?
Elliot would be very curious to look at his own.
Point being,
I just made myself have to make quick cards now.
my god.
But point being, Ekam, I just want to get home at the end of the day. And that's what we're slowly working towards.
Well, of course. Why can't we have fun doing it?
You just see her like rubbing her temples. Yeah.
If you let this place give to you, that's what it wants. Then it probably will keep you here longer.
I do apologize. I don't know why they're doing construction outside at this time.
Oh my god.
What?
I've seen that one there. I'm not ignoring the trouble so much as I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so you're avoiding the trouble, so it's going to throw even more stuff at us, so we deal with it.
God, I hope it just throws like...
What places like this work? Have you been in an escape room before?
No, why would I? Well... Sure. Oh, hey, Richard. Indicate Richard.
So Rudolph Van Richten.
Or from the artist formerly known as Richard.
Clark?
Hey?
First of all, my artist name is Ricardo. Because I had a tiger and fuck you, that's why.
Why did you have a tiger?
Because I trained it to kill Vistani. And vampires. And werewolves.
Wait. I was gonna say, aren't we in a Vistani camp?
No, we're in a Giacomo.
Which
Where did Gelano camp?
I haven't seen any ice cream
Run
around.
Law extended family.
I mean, is it still not Vistani by extension then? If we want to get technical?
Look, I had some problems in my last life, you know, when Vistani sold off my son to a vampire who then tortured and murdered him and sent him to kill me.
You know?
So, I kind of, it's a curse of not dying until everyone I know and love would die before me, in front of me. I feel like I might have been justified just a little, but I have gotten past this racism and shit.
True, you haven't stopped Elliot within 5 seconds of meeting him like I did.
He's down here. And you're racist as fuck.
Oh, I'm well aware that I am. But the spine's kind of, hard-boiled into me. Points at, like, her antlers and her ears.
But your friend Jacob does have a good point.
Right.
Ah!
It's a dangerous hellhole. It means the domains are a dangerous place full of pain, suffering, corruption. Everything you can imagine, really. But if you don't keep a positive attitude to some degree, are you any better than the rest of them?
And that's why I'm here with these two grumpy fucks.
Which I appreciate. That being
Then
said,
I'm not counting you. I've been with you long enough to know if you're a grump or not. He's right here. Shows you a piece of paper. Cat? Question mark? Grumpy? Question mark?
I hate that my first thing in my mind is the fucking Game Grumps theme. Fucking Guy Allen. Fucking Elliot. I'm glad someone got that joke.
Elliot just adds the situation with the island Cicero is, I suppose, temporarily resolved.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about that right now.
And I have to tell Mills that later because the show will get started soon. It sounds like it's going to take more than 20 minutes to tell me, so...
Yes, and other details to it, which are aggravatingly annoying. Elliot will now start to look for a seat to sit on.
Yeah, the gate, the main tent starts to open, you start seeing locals pile in.
Dagon pulls out his ticket to see if there's assigned seating.
There is not.
Barbarism.
I guess we'll be taking front row seat.
I'm just walking to the front row and just kind of like.
Yeah, everybody roll me a perception.
Good,
Persuasion, perception.
I know, I'm sorry.
Makes sense.
Guys! Why? Team. This is just like fucking one in the chamber all over again.
This is what I get for rolling.
Wow! It really is!
I rolled a good on my perception.
You did. I'm very proud of you.
I love this. I love this in such a weird way.
I hate our party, but I love them.
I'm +6.
I have a +7!
You, the 8, 9, and 9, you guys, as you're looking around and the lights and stuff, you notice a few people at least.
I got Vasily's here. I can finally ask him to join our crew.
Wait, who showed up?
He doesn't have a ship yet.
I'm collecting crew members, Devis. I
You
already
move
have.
to 9 and you recognize Vasily
Ah.
Oh no.
sitting next to him.
Oh, certain.
This is gonna get ugly fast.
There's an adorable couple.
Oh yes, the crazy man.
My favorite.
Zinmar with a 21. You notice somebody wearing a cloak, but still a 21.
Hey, I can ask. Everybody see the guy in the cloak?
It's a girl in the cloak.
Yeah, that's a woman.
Everybody see the girl in the cloak?
Shit, I guess gonna have to. Up there, top.
Like, she's got a hooded covering, you know, so that she can't really be seen, or trying to hide, but with your perception, somehow you're like, wait, that nose looks familiar, wait, I've seen that before.
Yeah, I kind of nudged the Beckham, who's the person that's standing next to me, and kind of try to focus in on her, or what I assume is her.
Who wears a cloak while they start taking raining up garish?
And take it.
Beg your pardon. I wear it because I'm ugly.
So like this, like hideous old woman like walks by.
Beautiful. I hope on the inside.
You know that like wearing clothes even when it's not raining is kind of normal.
These are hooligans.
I take offense to that as a hooligan and a thief.
And look at you, not even wearing a cloak. Getting
Technically this is, because to kind of describe what a happy is, and it's less of a happies are fucking like huge comparatively. You know, like those traditional coats you see in like shogunets wear that are way too big. That's what it is. Yeah, so it's a little bit big.
What the fuck that is, though?
True. I mean, it's technically a modified cloak, which fits very snugly.
Well, sit next to it, or should we just keep an eye?
I think keep an eye for now.
Alright. Where'd you go? Oh shit, there she is.
Where'd you go?
Did I pulled you because of my
Because you're the wingman now.
me realizing that the robot has ADHD.
I don't think he has ADHD more so than the fact that he's a perfectionist.
Alright, well, let's sit directly across. So, oh look, I recognize these two.
Make direct eye contact. Don't make it
Hello.
obvious. Don't make it obvious.
Ah, Mr. Dick.
It's good to see you again.
Yes, I thought I'd get away from those harbor for a bit. Traveling up here is a bit weirder than waiting for the circus to bring it down to us. Besides, the story tonight is a bit personal, so I thought I would come and see and critique it.
Are you sure you want to be here,
Listen,
considering...
I'm not particular torsion.
Excuse me?
Oh, wait. I told this. No, did you kick
No, I mean, like,
me?
what is... Okay, it was what I thought you would say.
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
take
okay.
this. So, Vasily, I have a question.
And you probably, yes, do have a 50% off coupon rating, yeah.
No, that's not what I wanted to ask.
Jill, don't ruin it.
Alright. How can I help you?
So, how keen are you to your shop currently?
Very.
I was curious if we could use your alchemy services somewhere else that wasn't in your shop.
Like a house call?
Hold on, I will drop it.
If that house is a boat, you'll leave that.
Okay, yeah, hold on. I'll put it bluntly now because I rolled like half for that. So, to put it bluntly, I'm putting together a crew to kind of go on the open ocean at some point, and having an alchemist on deck might actually be extremely helpful.
You want me to go on a ship and you're an alchemist. He kind of looks at Mir, looks at Elliot, kind of looks at Deckham, looks at everybody.
Ellie's just keeping a very stone-faced expression while...
Mir, you kind of look and see Mir, she just kind of has kind of like the littlest of smiles of amusement. I must decline, Miss Cahan. I am absolutely terrified of fucking other content, okay?
Is it because of the weather path?
Yeah, it's very much it.
Well, I thought I'd ask at the very least, which is just going to kind of sit back. No,
I mean, I understand that I am, technically human now, but, yes, he's,
No, I completely understand.
hydrophobia, yeah.
Someone that actually has hydrophobia.
Deco puts his hand on his shoulder. I'm terrified as well. They're dragging me out there.
Deckham, you're like a buoy. At least we can pull you back in if we tie a chain to you.
I'm like an anchor, not a buoy. I'm not going to float. I'm doing the opposite. I do the opposite of floating.
Can't you just have kegs? Install some, like, floating apparatuses or some little fans that'll push you upward?
Well, if you study pens for
They
long,
use sheep's
you can make a
bladders.
pen that works in the water.
Pen goes up, but Deckham goes down.
Mir just kind of smiles. I hear in some places they use sheep's bladders as flotation devices.
I don't think I want to tie sheep bladders to Deckham.
And that's a reference from 3 People God.
That was lost on
How
me.
would those poor sheep be?
Well, it depends on how many you have.
Why are we worried about sheep piss right now?
You bore the piss out of them. It's like kidney pie.
I was just like, after that joke, she's like, when's the show starting? Kind of like looking at her invisible watch.
Though I do notice your friends are waiting for you over there if you were looking. And you see Zan kind of waving.
You know, I guess
Zan! Ting, 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 ting.
it was still nice to see you again. And, this is
Hello.
Kyle, or actually, Kyle's gotta wait till the other day for a second.
Actually, Elliot was going to says as well
Oh, you
as mostly toward Mir. If possible, if you're not leaving right away, I do have a few questions to ask after the show.
I suppose I can make time for it.
It shouldn't take too long, but since it's more of a pressing matter, it's best just to ask that after the show and not sour the performance.
I was about to start real fast.
Yeah, well, Elliot's not focusing on you. Kylie was just mostly
She kinda
focused on
gently
Mir.
moves. She gently like puts her hand on yours. Oh, I mean, we can take all the time you need.
I'll have to decline on that particular.
Don't worry. There are ways of, prolonging things. And you just see Vasily just sitting over there, just he starts to crack up.
Okay.
Right. Performance first, and then conversation later. Gives a polite bow.
Just so I remember this bit of it, Mir is the niece for Lord Grey?
That's what she's told you.
Yes.
That's what we know.
Yeah, that I was just kind of clarifying.
Well,
that.
she's definitely someone powerful in that group.
Yeah.
And a full-fledged vampire.
That's
Which
why.
really makes you wonder how the fuck she's in here, but
And a hot and a hang around.
Finally, it hits all my boxes. Before Kyle leaves, he's like, Miss Mir. This is like the first time Kyle's like ever addressed this shit. Because she's don't worry.
yes, this can.
You may need to call in that favor that Lord Grey.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Are you aware of the crafting vampire? Or the fuck was it? Was already a vampire? I forget.
Yes.
Okay, my brain thing. Making sure.
The grafting then. Into a drifting room.
I took kind of slight hush because she noticed what happened last time she mentioned the name. Melania.
Sadly, yes, I have had to get to know that one. What?
I'm just asking if Lord Grey, at least for myself, not so much for the others, ever I'll put it in quotations as restrictions to let her down. I don't mean them getting folded by masks.
I will talk to him. I make no guarantees. You see, Lord Grey, he keeps tabs on monsters like that. to make sure they don't just get to do their little bump.
That's why at least. If you kind of hear her biting her tongue, trust. Especially with what happened. Considering the family, we hope assist before that there'd be some leeway.
As I said, there is a possibility. But I can't make any guarantees until I talk to him. It would be up to him to decide if you're capable.
I do appreciate it. At least you talk to him. You could just hear it, and Kyle just like gritting her teeth, and every word she's trying to bite back her tongue. Have a good day. She only said that while looking at Vasily, not there.
She kind of, as you walk away, you hear her, for what it's worth. That's why she's in her little gilded cage. People like you.
Alright, Kyle's gonna break open the rum ball and just wait for the start. And she's walking over to the rest of the party.
Right, so, okay. Hey, you guys are here. I dare say it's for the sequel. See, see, how do you see first?
Now that I think about
To a
it.
show, it's
Yes. Out of general curiosity, since we haven't made to one yet, are these end in bloodshed?
you look around and
I really hope
everyone
not.
kind of looks like, oh, you don't really know, and then like, Van Richten kind of leans over. No, they don't.
God, I hope they don't end it in orgies then.
LH just looks. He actually looks a little pensive at this.
My understanding from the history, that's only happened twice, and the bloodshed has happened 4 times.
Wait.
All within reason.
There's a...
You know, considering this is going to be my actual first performance I get to watch, I would hate to have it
It
be
is not
so.
unlikely.
Hmm.
Mostly because I don't suspect that a horde of vampires or zombies or ghouls are going to assault us. Like approached.
Kyle knocks on the foot of the fucking chair.
And what about?
And the other one is, well, they're not in that domain, so...
What about cloaked assassins that were stab happy toward our friend here, as he gestures over to Zamar?
Oh, you see sort of, oh, then who might that be?
Elliot.
Syndra.
Oh.
Well, Syndra was too.
Ah.
I'm,
The captain of the submarine.
Ah, right. I'm just the new guy in the crew.
No, I know who you are. I meant everyone's attacking you.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Well, I know a little bit, but it seems like it's more complicated for me to really address at the moment.
What, you didn't find Devon alive in the torture room until he talked? Or should
No,
we-
we left one alive, talked to him, because his mouth was shut shut, and then...
He
died
committed
of poison.
suicide.
Oh.
That being said, we'll divulge more information after the performance. Since
Yeah. Yes, I would like to watch this one. I hear it's very interesting. You see, Stan, I really want to see who they got to play my part.
well, this is gonna be an interesting show. As Elliot,
I have no idea what's going on. I'm just very excited.
I share your excitement, Deckham. I share your excitement. As Elliot actually leans back, arms crossed, looks very interested toward the center of the field.
I'm gonna be moody. Does he smile?
There, you can roll perception.
Needs this.
So when Kyle smiles, leave the room.
Yeah,
29.
there's a very small crack of a smile on the edges of his mouth, and the eyes are a little bit more alive as he's looking with interest.
He takes out a piece of paper and makes a check mark.
God
This
damn
shows
it.
that Zan takes out a different piece of paper.
Some of this will have tokens. Some of this will be theater of the mind. Most of it will be theater of the mind.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Because of course I couldn't find good tokens, so I need some good music. Let's see here. What do we got here? Oh, that's one. There's a crowd. I'm not sure what to use, so we're just going to throw it on. Say something a little bit upbeat, but not over the top. If someone wants to adjust that, find something good for us.
Oh, music? Yeah, I'll leave it to you guys. I'm gonna be right back.
I'm
So-
recording.
Go for it, Mariner. You got it.
No, I haven't found anything I want.
The, what was the 21 perception for?
To see if Elliot was smiling.
The lights begin to drop, leaving, just the arena itself, the center area, and as you watch this center area, there's a symbol that appears as fire. This bluish fire begins to burn around, swirls up, and before going out, leaving a woman standing before you. She is wearing very much a ringleader outfit, tailcoat, it's just gave to her. Good evening, Peridon, and all of those who are here from beyond the mists. I am the leader of this, the Circus des Arcanen, Lori, Weathermaid Foxgrove. And I wish to welcome you all to tonight's show. For those who have not been to the circus beforehand, we theme every tour to a new story crafted to excite the senses, to intrigue the minds, and otherwise, at the very least, entertain. Tonight's story is about a vampire lord. A very old one. And the folly of age and madness. As we get into this, we have to thank a few people. Primarily you, everyone who has come to enjoy what we produce. So without you, would just be an empty tent with a bunch of people running around in costumes. But since we hired out tonight, we would like to thank Mordenkainen for supplying most of our special effects for tonight. And as you see that, you watch as, like, the light swings up to one of the tightrope areas, and you see a gentleman. And he swings both arms up and then down, and in a dazzling display of scintillating colors that explodes like fireworks, he detonates and reappears across at the other one. He does a similar thing while doing finger guns and shooting off different various things before a plume of smoke, and he appears down below and gives a deep bow as you see this a wave of his hand above him, and it says, Mordenkainen Special Effects. Schedule now for all events, large and small. Now doing birthday parties. Lori kind of waves him off a bit as he disappears, and he does the same thing, this down sweep, and disappears. And thank you, Mordenkainen, for your self-selling arms.
Elliot.
And without that, we have a bit of a musical accompaniment tonight that's a unknown favorite, but he tends to have quite a bit of flair. Is switching back and forth constantly. Got rid of her, switch her to the wrong one. Switching layers sucks.
I know that feeling.
I fucking hate you.
As the light swings up to an unusual gentleman who starts playing on this rather unusual lute. A rather rock and roll heavy metal sound comes out. And as you say that, Syndra looks at you. Yes, that is Mordenkainen, the wizard.
Yeah, so the 8 from at least knowledge of my world. Quite infamous.
Quite fucking mad is what I'm thinking of.
I didn't call him famous.
Either way. And without further ado, let us change this up so that we can begin our scene. As she starts walking off, you see is this tiny little Vargo, and I mean maybe 2 feet long and a foot and a half wide, being drawn by 4 chickens tied up they're bound to it like they would be horses. And it swings around in the inside, does a couple of passes, kind of speeding, kind of tilting to the side, before it stops in the middle. And the side doors open, and from the left side steps out one clown, and from the other side, another. Which, by the way, are considerably larger than the wagon. And they begin kind of moving around very funnily, honking horns. You can hear their shoes. Honk, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. As the lights begin to change and they begin seeming to pull things out of almost thin air. Some of you can probably roll an Arcana if you'd like.
Wow. It's magic.
Yeah, you're realizing like a lot of stuff, like the base of the poles and stuff, is like massive.
Guy.
We're trying to get all of our bad rolls out.
And then you hear Zan kind of leans over as they finish setting up this. What kind of looks like a tavern, or actually it's a forest. Sorry, with like basically rows of potted trees on both sides. And as they finish, you watch as he kind of Snowy's father kind of walks to the middle, does a spin, pulls out a pair of horns and honks them. And these potted trees just go, and suddenly it becomes a road in the middle of the forest. As you kind of move, it stays with you, and you can just see this staged very unusually as he just kind of kind of walks behind a tree and disappears along with the other one. I don't have tokens for everyone, but some of these are more ridiculous, so I had to. I don't have one for her. I should have gotten one for her. Actually, no, that one was actually going to play her. For him to come back. You know, I'm just gonna move him up here out of our. And you see this group kind of begins walking in from the sides, or from the side walls. And you see Zan leans over. Oh, there's the one playing me. As he points to this red dragonborn, who's clearly a red dragonborn, but he's been painted white.
So is he paint? Oh,
And for anybody who knows Dragonborns, it's, completely, not working.
so he's like a pinkish color then?
Yes. And so, of course, then there's someone you recognized from earlier, who has now donned a black wig. She's wearing this kind of piratey outfit. You realize very quickly that this is meant to represent Syndra. There's a tiefling gentleman who you're not sure who he's supposed to represent.
Is he supposed to be cross-eyed? Tekka leaps out to Zan. Is he supposed to be cross-eyed?
I think that's just the contact lenses that.
Oh, one of them slipped, I understand.
So she is doing a good job representing you a little bit, Syndra.
Yes, I'm actually quite impressed. I expect you to be somewhat marvelous. And a couple others. The story begins, and for those at home, I'm not going to go into it, but this is kind of a backwards Curse of Strahd story, so I'm going to get through the highlights. You watched as these people, and it begins, there's music, it's something similar to an opera, they're, half the time they're talking, half the time, they're letting out this singing part, they're walking down this road, and they come to Barovia, they meet this guy who is, from what you understand, probably a Vistani, but he's dressed up to look like Ismark. There's the whole scene of this, it's presented where at one point they're at Tesner Pool, and the infamous bread scene between Ismark and Xandahal occurs. but with more singing. And you know, there's like a moment where you look over and you see Ismark. He's just kind of rubbing his head, and you watch Sam just kind of like very much like reach over and just hug the shit out of him. And they're both
Wait. This is like in between. Wait, you met because you literally just threw bread at his chest?
indeed.
How is this more confused by this?
I really didn't know where it was going, but you know, at that time I thought it was more of a bro thing, and
Life takes strange
these
turns.
things went fast. You know, I mean, I've been lonely for a while, and don't, shh, oh dear, just shh.
Alright,
It is like it's over the top and corny as you're watching.
yeah, like this is over. Like I imagine it's like soap opera level of over dramatized. Like he gets hit with bread, fucking just falls down kind of level.
Oh no, but it's like at the end of it, like Ismark or Xandahar or Ismark like steps away and is like holding the bread, and there's like an inner monologue as the lights on him. It's like, what does this mean? What are these feelings?
To brie or not to brie? Sorry. I was set up way too well. Now I'll leave.
And then it, you know, as it progresses, there's suddenly, you know, some of these characters are just really crazy and stuff, and then there's Strahd, who comes out and it's this woman wearing like this most over the top like plastic vampire costume, like the kind you would buy, you know, like the old Boris Karloff style, you know, with the medallion and the red. But she also has the Bram Stoker like butt hairdo. If you know what I mean. And just is coming off as the most ridiculous Strahd ever, and every now and then you look over and you see Vasily, who's just laughing his ass off the whole time. And like to the point where he's like dumping popcorn, and there's this romance scene between one of the party members and this female Strahd, and it's just so over the top and like the dumbest thing ever. Of like, oh, you're the one, you're my Irina, blah blah, da da da, and just, you know, and the Strahd is always like tripping over stuff, and like picks her up at one point, and then like goes to turn and take her to a bed, and just like face plants both of them, it's just, you know, it's very much a comedy. There is a lot of special effects with things still. It continues, it progresses on. And then at one point there's this fight where some of the party get changed. You see Syndra, the one trainer, comes out. She's got this like skeletal prosthesis, and at first, you know, like it's attached through a thing. Like a sleeve, and she comes out, and then the magic kind of changes it to where she's on fire and this, and you realize, you know, they're talking about how she became a lich by agreeing to a dark power, and you know, this whole fight, it looked very one-sided from the Strahd was winning, and then it just became like this fight of basically Syndra kind of smacking him down a little bit until he ran off with like a dog between his tail between his legs. And then, you know, this one that Strahd was in love with was a giant bat creature, and it is just so ridiculous as you watch some of this stuff. And it's about that point where you suddenly, you know, this one guy comes in who turns into a gargoyle and is fighting alongside them, and then shortly after that, Snowy herself actually shows up out there in the stage and is reprising her own role as herself, playing herself, and like all these things about trying to help Xandahar, who's losing his mind, the dark power that he was with, trying to protect Ismark, who died. And he comes back, and sadly, this is the truth. Comes back with makeup on that makes him look like just absolutely terrible. Way too much blush, way too much everything. But this one is over the top for Ismark even, and he's just like, oh god, I did look like that when I came back. Yes, honey, you did. And it all culminates in this massive fight between with these various different things. At one point, Strahd creates this, or has a bunch of druids create this skeletal dragon, and when he gets it done, it's like a pseudo dragon dressed up in a skeleton costume. Just to like do it, and like at one point she jumps on it and like tries to fly off with it, but it's not working. As Xandahal turns into a giant ape and slaps the shit out of him. With a, well, you assume it was a foam bolter. It continues on, and it eventually culminates in this big fight at the castle. And snowy show, and it just, everybody's there. It is just over the top comedy and special effects. Xandahal reached the rim. Yes, Snowy turned me into, polymorphed me into a giant ape, and I don't remember actually hitting Strahd with a rock, but I remember killing a giant dragon. Undead one. I think she took some liberties here and there.
I see.
The memory is a fickle thing.
She's also a bard.
This makes more sense.
Oh, yes.
As it kind of wraps up, you hear Snowy's voice as she kind of hears behind all of you. Well, then I did try to get Charles to put a little extra down on Hamlet, but he refused, saying it would impede his movement. And he was also offended. You just see his Xandahal just like, oh my god.
So she is what they call the stereotypical bard.
I actually take offense to that. No, still in character. So that's better. Yeah, I mean, I take offense to that, Elliot. I mean, how many bards did you know who whips the shit out of a fucking vampire at 20 feet?
Only one so far.
See? Stereotypical is nothing but one of a kind.
That means it's going to be quite a standard bard that they only have to beat or fall under.
Also, I mean, having Xandahal into a giant ape seemed to be the best idea. Especially after the failed haste and all of that, and trying to capture Lorenta Popovsky with what was those? Vilaro's Iron Bands, yes. That was the worst waste of money I've ever done. Except for that one thing. And that. You know, I might not be the most fiscally available interested person. I might have problems with that. Anyway, how'd you like the show?
It was wonderful.
I'm glad to hear that. I was the one who wrote it.
Yes, I know. You're fine.
I'm quite impressed for my first viewing show performance inside the circus.
Unfortunately, I don't think the poor tiefling man could see out of his left eye. I think his contact shifted.
Thankfully, it was showed that I didn't have to watch by Power 4, so I'll give it, like, good for that.
First of all, the tiefling wasn't my contact. So you're talking about the dragon boat?
No.
She kind of looks out there across it. That son of a bitch was drunk.
I look at Kyle.
What?
She cross-eyed.
No. What the fuck? Kyle's
I don't
like,
know how it works. I can't drink.
drinking doesn't make you cross-eyed.
Apparently it does to him.
Oh, it's because he's a Fiona.
A what?
Fiona.
His lineage is a Fiona.
Feyerna? I actually can't hear.
Do you not know? Yeah, Fiona. It is a circle of hell. One of the devil.
Oh, and here I thought you were referring to the Fiona.
My accent might be saying wrong.
Even as a player, I still have no idea what that.
It's literally one of the devils. Tiefling. It's one of the tiefling lineages.
Oh, okay.
Like there's like if your tiefling was from your family line was from like a furnace, you'd be one of Zariel, or you'd be like your subclass could be sub race could be Asmodeus, something like that. There is like winged tiefling. I think there's an abyssal tiefling now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think there's also a
It's not my
Rush.
favorite.
There's also the Rashaska tiefling as well.
And
Okay.
one that I made the Hellhound.
But you know, I heard it as a player. This is just Elliot hearing having another word, and hearing the explanations like No wonder why my hand twitched a bit to almost reflexively touch the sword. That's weird.
Yeah, it's weird that you're racist against tieflings. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are tieflings that are evil, there are tieflings that are good, there are tieflings that really don't give a shit.
No, same thing
Like,
for.
and she like stares across the thing and you're like, you're doing my show.
How dare you get drunk?
Ellie just goes, right, like us stamped ears.
Well, this is an odd question, but is that someone over there that we were talking about earlier?
Zima,
Zin buddy?
did you have to put the kid into bed?
Ah.
Oh,
I think he's putting Cubs to bed.
Oh, okay. You know, I feel like maybe I should have been more serious, but I don't know. I kind of like this one.
I found it humorous that the supposed evil lord of Barovia is such an incompetent fool. Why is everybody afraid of him again?
Females this time for some reason.
Ah, I see. This is your literary interpretation.
No, that was actually the weird part. Was we got there, I was informed that Strahd was a woman the whole time. The silly has said that it's a weird shit kink that Strahd has after 700 years of fucking with people. I think he said something like, yeah, my other half has decided to try something new to see if Irina was just a lesbian the whole time.
Fucking what?
Oh, do you not know? Oh, wait, has it? Nobody has told you about that whole domain yet, have they?
The people have wanted us to go there several times. Most people, actually. All of
Yes.
us.
Also,
Also, now
not
she's smile counting the whole place.
also, they told us not to really, trust. Let us colony in that area.
Oh, is that because they made it deal with Strahd? But actually, is that kind of isn't a problem anymore because Strahd kind of fucked it? Not literally.
I was gonna say I would have believed literally at this point, considering
But the
what you told me.
story just heard.
Yeah.
All things considering, it does seem believable.
Well, okay, so the basis of it was Strahd back on their home world, wherever the fuck that was. Wait, I don't know actually what that is. I've actually been to actual Barovia that currently exists. Not the one here. Weird place. It's like somebody just took a whole county and took all the buildings but left the place behind. Yeah, it's actually very nice there. Anyway, so what happened was when Strahd was a warlord, came in to this place because mommy and daddy were bitches and they liked his older brother. And so he had the hots to this girl named Irina. She was kind of like it, but she was also like, ew, you're old. I'm more interested in your brother, which ended up kind of being more of a political marriage, that she would try to marry him to keep Strahd from not going apeshit crazy, and in the meantime, Strahd had been talked to death, or the Fiend, or Vampire. I'm not entirely sure which one is the time, but it was a bunch of dark powers supposedly. Then they corrupted him, turned him into a vampire by saying, hey, yeah, we can give you her. And, and then he killed his brother during his wedding to Irina, and she ran up to the top. And, my understanding is she did a full jump off, turn, double middle finger into the mists instead of being with him. And so 700 years of just not getting a clue that she's not into you.
So he's just angst incarnate.
Wow, what a simple man.
What a
I
simpleton.
believe it apparently. I mean, the mist and the dark powers that overrides him will never let him actually have Irene. But that is his fixation, his obsession. So the evil that he is maintained, the dark powers feed on his suffering. You kind of notice there was some other dark power influence in the story. They kind of would get a little anxious with the ones that they have a temple. Like the one that got with Syndra was there, sitting there, and just looks at it, desperate as fuck. Because how dare.
Are most dark powers just desperate?
No. Not really. Vampire was well fed. He just got complacent. The ones that fuck with her, well, the dark power that's been starving for 700 years does. It's not because of stupid choices. And wouldn't be stupid. Like the ones that fuck with Zan, it, on the other hand, is not a normal being as we understand it, kind of some kind of aberration, which kind of enforced its will and tried to send Zan insane, and, Zan took his eyes, and, there was corruption of, the Morning Lord, which, is somewhere between Pelor and some of these other sun gods.
Wait, like St.
not different.
Cuthbert.
Not even close. St. Cuthbert's got his own things, plus he was immortal before, if I understand your
Yes.
mythology. Don't take offense to that. Some people take offense to being a religion being called mythology. I'm not a religious woman. I actually think it's actually bullshit.
Right. Well, no, I'm not taking offense, and yes, he was mortal before ascending. That being said,
Yeah, so
I am curious
I'm pretty
about
sure the Morning
Mordecai.
Lord was a statement about Baelises, but I'm not sure. There was a lot of Gaelic iconography.
I see. Though, in hindsight, it does seem like Strahd was an incompetent simpleton that was obsessing over one particular individual.
He still is. So the worst part about that was, Well, thanks to Syndra was there, she captured Irina's soul, took it beyond the mists to other domains, and released it. And then, that is the thing. Sprat's brother and Irina's souls are reunited outside of Barovia, and they can't really be brought back in unless somebody really, really goes through a lot of work to do so.
Looks over to the alchemist over there on the other side. Is he still there with Mir?
Yeah, and he is like having like the most like happy like discussion of like there's popcorn everywhere. There are people like getting up around him like dusting popcorn off themselves because they're just like, God damn this guy. And he is just like having like the most energetic like discussion about scenes and stuff.
Right. I do have to have a discussion with Lady Mir. As Ellie is slowly getting up, he looks over to Snowy. Is the performance finished now, or is this something called the intermission that they call?
The intermission was the part where my father and the other one got out and started smacking the weasels with the hammers.
That was part of the intermission. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, maybe we should change that up.
Interesting. I also
Yeah,
enthralled with the
see,
show.
having the clowns come out and smacking the weasels down, which was the old druids.
Yes, I kind of thought that was part of the story.
As did I.
You know, I'm going to talk to it. That was Mordekainen's idea, not mine.
Why is Mordekainen here?
Well, he was stuck in Barovia for a long time, and his mind kind of went crazy. And my understanding was he somehow teleported out of there to the Nine Hells, Avernus, and was staring at an obelisk for like 12 centuries. And then he just kind of wandered back one day. And little Lori found him and was like, hey, he was a wizard. And he's like, I don't know, I don't want to be tied down by anything. And she's like, well, what about doing like tours and gigs? And it's like, well, I'm all now amazing and stuff, but yeah, fuck it, why not?
So, one of the greatest wizards from at least his world just gets birthday parties.
It's, you know, I haven't seen him do his best place, but I imagine it's terrifying himself around. Also, he's not cheap.
Yes, he has a very...
Said, I have come to learn, and she kind of looks at Sidra, is that when you reach certain amounts of power, sometimes certain things stop being normal. Sidra, yes, that's actually quite true.
Elliot just adds... Elliot just adds, right, back in my home world, he has a very conflicting reputation.
I hear he used to decimate entire armies.
Yes, he did. Along with 7 others.
Hard to keep him with pants on. As you watch Mordecai kind of like walk walk back out there, grab something, and walk back in, and he's just like in his boxers and like a shirt.
Again, Elliot,
They are broken up.
those that look at Elliot, you can see the look of complete disbelief. Right. And everyone in the Abbey were always saying that him and the other 7 were always a problem.
Who doesn't know that the traveling pants lives on?
You get an inspiration for that.
Let's burn it on another burn it on another history roll.
So, my understanding is, you were trying to get someone to take you either through the breach or the Icarus.
I believe we've decided on at least trying the Icar swamps first.
Considering information we've somewhat gathered.
say that she kind of motions across the area. There are two of my cousins, Mr. said that they might be interested in that. We don't even travel through the echo swamps. Mostly because, traveling through a collapsing domain just seems like a suicide bomb.
Right. Well,
Plus the swamp witch.
so we've been hearing. That being said, I'll be right back. I do wish to at least confer a few words with Lady Mir.
Yeah? Yeah.
Are you conscious?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he works more than I do, so he might relax really quick.
Jason.
And my fucking mind just goes to heavy rain now.
Yeah, alright.
So,
You go ahead.
no, you're fine.
As you approach, you hear Vasily. Oh, I can. Did you see that part with the bed and oh, I know it didn't happen like that, but he's just like ecstatic with it, and Mir's just sitting there quietly like, I wish I hadn't brought you.
I see you both enjoyed the performance to an extent.
That was hilarious. I've seen so many shows and parodies of Strahd, and all of them usually end up with screening. And so I'll be out of here. This one was actually entertaining.
For my first showing of... For my first showing was... interesting. But I had to admit I had to keep my wits about when I saw the infamous Mordenkainen make his appearance. He's mellowed out from what I've learned about him.
So, where you're at? Yeah. I heard he nuked a town the other day.
There's a slight twitch on his mouth now, the edge of it. Perhaps I was mistaken.
I do understand it was infested with zombies and ghouls, but even I think that might have been a little bit of overkill.
He was always a pragmatic and efficient mindset of the balance, if I recall his stories of his reputation, along with the 8. Though I am
They
curious.
say very few escape the domains on its own will.
I am intrigued to ask him of some of his travels, but I don't know if I have the mental patience to handle his sort at the moment. Also, what is the condition of the people in the stands? Are there still more? Are they still leaving?
Oh yeah, a lot of them started leaving. A lot of them are talking. There's a lot of discussion talking about it. There's kids that are, enjoying. It's very much a family affair kind of thing.
Dagger is still keeping an eye on Zinmar's little friend.
You've noticed has been talking to
little known woman.
She looks pleasant.
Very. Unfortunately, Ellie does not know she's there, so he just went to go talk to Mir.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not gonna do Jason's thing. No, Jason, so.
No worries.
Yeah. Jason's not here, so we might have to retcon something for that next. But
Okay, Ellie just wanted to ask, and I guess maybe you can jump to the next scene afterwards or whatnot, but Ellie's just going to ask Mir and Vasily to a degree as well. Considering the situation in the island of Cicero, would you mind telling me more, or at least what you know about this blood god that's apparently what vampires seem to be worshipping over there? Well,
maybe an insight.
I wish I didn't burn the inspiration, but that was my choice. Here we go. Wow. 19.
Vasily actually looks like he has kind of fucking clue. He's like, wait, blood god? You know, you can tell he's like doing math. Mir, on the other hand, her eyes narrow like the most slightest, like, what?
And then Elliot, seeing this, goes, "Did you know there was a insane woman pretending to be an abbot at an abbey?" Gestures to his sword, and he goes, "The previous owner of the sword that you bequeathed to me, I reunited and saw him. He's alive, but
Oh, so you met your father.
yes, well, I won't call that thing my mother. So, I'll just refer
She
to her.
did give it up.
Let's just say it got very messy. Her and her.
So, considering she just wanted you as a sacrifice.
Yes, along with her two followers, apparently. I suspect they were going to use me more than just as a sacrifice, but she was using my father's blood to create Dampiers.
Not inherently his blood. You can't distill blood like that down.
No.
Destiny, she kind of looks out across it at, you can tell she's looking at Kyle. Oh, Valencia would have figured out how to do that, you know.
Yes, I suspect that Kyle may have mentioned that name, considering that the old man had mentioned that name and she went into a fit of rage, so I am curious, but what is this history of this blood god that Val is so interested?
On some worlds, well, on some worlds there are gods to our kind. Some of them better, some of them noble, some of them, well, devils and demons in their own right. In some regards, you have beings like Vampire, which Vasily knows intimately. You kind of see him kind of grimace a little bit, grit his teeth, like, I don't want to talk about that. Vampire, however, is not a god. Doesn't have power, something that is attempting to be a god. Just like, well, likely what you experienced. Their powers, beings, yours specifically, well, there exists world known as Eberron. There was a war there so great that even some of the gods died in it. Our kind emerged. And yes, our hand, yours hand, brilliant. Certain advantages, disadvantages, make war by our kind an interesting one. From there were didn't really survive. My understanding is it's one of those forgotten gods fell pretty early on. But there's a little spark of something that there's always a chance. My understanding was that being was very horrible, very bloodthirsty. It is likely that it was brought into the domains. Maybe it came with somebody, a follower, that just happened to arrive here. Whatever she learned about it was probably... Kind of turns to Miss Silly for a moment. Didn't you say your worst half lived in a lexicon and such, or you kind of see him going, yeah, I did not really read it very much. But yes, there was a bit of a quirky in vampire gods. During one of the times of heroes, that you say dormant, defeated. I believe Volenta stole it, one of his brides. And then she promptly lost it, somewhere on the other side of the continent. That may be very well where someone found it, or Volenta had family. So I thought most of them were dead. It's mere coincidence. Family like your mother. Descendants. It does make one question, though. Did you take more after her or more after your father? I haven't seen you go on a killing spree or being rather selective in your murdering. Do you have those interests, Elliot? Something that when you see it, you just can't help yourself?
Ellie thinks about it. If you're regarding to my desire of feeding on others, no. In the 80 years that I've lived, I have not fed on a human ever. The worst I fed on was a horse or domesticated animal. If you're referring to me cutting down somebody, oh, okay, Zamar. Okay, Ellie will just add. In the terms of cutting down on those that are evil and heretical, well, I try to be as open-minded as possible. Those that bring harm to the less fortunate, the children, the innocent. Yes, I do have a primal rage, as one would call it. But I believe Greybeard simplified it in a way that, since I was an orphan, I don't want others to follow my fate as being an orphan. Though you are making an interesting point about the names Valeria and Valentia. Are they by any chance related? Or just coincidence of their names?
Atlanta Popkowski was a serial killer and prostitute that lived in Barovia. Her descendants from her bastard children ended up being your great grandparents, I guess you could say. Somehow your mother met her on the other side, and that seems to have sparked that whole problem. Although I understand that your mother was a bit of a... She likes to see things, but it was rather interesting to find out all that after your father came through with his ways. Which I must say, it seems that you are taking after him.
I suppose I am, without even realizing it. Though I admit, perhaps I am a little bit too quick on the swift decision making. Since, well, I did try to kill my own mother after realizing the truth of it all.
What's wrong with that?
I lament that I didn't strike her down before.
But did you know?
That's the part that I'm upset about. I did not.
And how might you have done before?
Probably not swat my father's familiar when he was warning me about the danger.
Did you know that was a familiar?
Simple answer, no. But again, if something gives you a nice warning and yet you still swat it, well, that was my own particular fault.
That is not demeaning, but it sounds like it was still young and inexperienced. Nothing wrong with that. Ignorance is not a sin, unless you have options to not be ignorant anymore.
I agree. Willful ignorance is a greater sin. I think we can.
That being said, I would say that I know of that being. Some of those at the Bells of Lava do try to follow it, but I doubt they would be so bold as to try and do what I can only imagine your mother was trying to do. Besides, I don't think any of them would have children. They're not mortals.
Speaking of murders, how is, what was his name again? The one that was trying to make us do a horrible act just for his little giggles.
Lord Caressus.
Right,
I'm
that
not
one.
worried about him.
Oh, I'm not, but
Well, he died like a bitch.
ah, a pity I didn't get to see it myself.
Crying and screaming as they drug him out, tore out his fangs, tied him to a statue, and we all watched as he just turned to ash.
Ah, what a pity. I think Kyle would have actually enjoyed that more than I would.
I actually found it to be rather boring. But that's what happens when you try to take matters into your own hands against the rules. It wasn't for what he hired you to do, by the way.
Or
No, but the fact that he even insinuated the idea of killing an innocent family. It took a lot of restraint not to attack him in the middle of enemy territory that we weren't sure of, or at least unknown territory.
That's why my sister keeps tabs on everybody in there.
Well, I'll be sure to inform the others of, well, the bitch's final moments. Elliot gets up. Thank you for passing my father's sword to me.
So great with your friends.
I'll send my gratitude to Lord Grey as well. Have a good evening, everyone. Makes leave. As he gives a polite bow.
It's a 50% off coupon at Vicinity.
I'll be sure to let Kyle know.
Did you say 50% coupon? God.
Anyway,
And get more shark soup.
Roll it back a little bit.
yeah, roll.
That's how sharks think. He tells you the whole shark that could just blink out of existence.
So rolling back a little bit since.
I remember Snowy kind of pointing out, she's sitting there. Zigma, was that one over there the one that you were talking about earlier?
Not gonna lie. Kinda just got back.
The one we spotted when we walked in, the female tabaxi, that say helped us in the fight.
Yep. So yes, I do recognize who that is. Yep. Is the tabaxi that not only warned me, but helped us end me when we were being attacked in the market.
Actually, that one you didn't say anything to. Or you said something to her and she just like bolted. Morgana de Misery, the chief
So when we met
constable,
outside
the one that showed up later, said something.
Okay, let me rewind. Yes, she warned me and helped. Yeah, I know who this is.
Yeah, this was the one who told you about like you might want to cover your hands.
As I did.
Well, I mean,
Brings you around here besides the great show.
so are you gonna go over to her?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because yeah, Snowy's sitting there like you're clear over here, and she's like pointing kind of like nonchalantly over at the other one, the one that you met across the area.
Oh, it was Snowy asking me if I recognized her?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
from
up.
Snowy.
She's up there on the upper seats on the circus.
Yeah, this one's Snowy.
No, I remember Snowy, don't you worry.
But
And you realize Snowy, for having one eye, is very observant and was like, hey, there's that person over there that kind of looks like the person you described, or the other tabaxi you described coming and fighting again.
up there, I can't shift click, but
You actually were, but very sure. But
So, I saw that the person that she's sitting next to talking when I got back. What is that?
you noticed her when you came, or you noticed the other snow leopard
leopard tabaxi when you came into the arena. And Snowy's like pointing it out now that the show's over. Like, hey, isn't that the person?
Should we go try to speak with them some more, or should I leave you to it?
Yeah, let's go talk. I feel safe here anyway, so let's go talk to them. Kind of not sit directly next to, but sit kind of adjacent to her, so that way I'm kind of sitting not directly across, but kind of like facing back, like towards her. And then I tell her yes, or then I say to her, "What brings you here besides the great show?"
Gonna looks at you for a moment. Her blue eyes staring at you with yours. Do you have a name?
Yeah. Finmar. From beyond the mist. And since you know at least enough to keep me safe, I should let you know a couple things as well. I don't know who my family is. You warned me that I shouldn't show that I am part of a certain family. And I'm saying this kind of like hushed, because it's more of a sensitive thing.
Okay. She didn't tell you that, just to let you know.
Am I getting the people mixed up?
Yes.
Dang it!
It's the silent one that helped us fight.
This one came in, you said, hey, you're good looking, and she like blushed and bolted.
I think my best is to put the two tokens side by side so he sees which one helped and which one just spoke.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
Okay, so let me rephrase. Why did you know? Why did you tell me to cover my hands?
This one told you to cover your hands, who is the police chief that came in after you guys got done.
Who is not here?
Goddamn cats in this place.
Oh, God.
It's the cat. I mean, you're not wrong.
There is a lot of tabaxi, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I mean, it makes sense that all of the guys are here.
I mean, it's Snowy's family, so.
Snowy's family has the extra tabaxis, but yeah.
Okay.
Morgana Miserine is from a rich family somewhere else, and you don't know jack about this other gal.
Yeah, Jack's murdering
So
someone
this
else.
one's the sheriff that told you to cover your hands. This one is the one that you hit on and she ran.
Okay. Well, in that case, am I still in the Discord call?
Yep.
Oh, somebody's dipped out. I say to her, well, it's nice to see that lovely face again. What are you doing here?
Nice.
Sarah just turns and she stares at you, and you can tell she's about to bolt when the gnome next to her
Okay.
kind of reaches over and puts a hand on her thigh,
The gnome?
and you hear it's a backseat. I think he doesn't know, and you should probably just let that off. Just probably just tell him. And you watch as the other snow leopard kind of clenches her teeth for a moment. And your name is Zilma?
That is correct, yes.
And you have... She kind of looks around, or kind of reaching into her, under her cloak, and she kind of pulls out an amulet, a very familiar amulet. You have something like this? Or did?
Kind of startled expression. I did, yes. Does it look exactly the same as mine?
What color was yours?
I'll say gold.
Hers is gold, but like the stones and stuff, or what would be stone, this is actually glass. Hers is a sky blue.
Not exactly the same, and since this is a close heirloom of mine, I would be able to tell if there was any differences.
Yeah, as you look at it, it's like a piece of like glass art where you see a image of a star over a mountain peak. And now that you see that, like yours, you always kind of resonated with this weird image in it because it was like part of your name, but it doesn't completely.
It's certainly similar to something that I have lost, yes. Where did you get that?
My mother. I didn't think.
Wait, what?
I don't even know where it's on or off or what on these at the time.
It's that plus thing at the end of his roll. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, Zima, I understand that I'm guessing potentially, and yes, I am. Kind of looks uncomfortable. I'm going to go with two things. First of all, Zima, I'm pretty sure you might be my brother, so no. And second of all, I don't swing towards guys.
You know I had a sister?
Yeah, I kind of thought you
Well, taking that surprisingly well.
Oh. In
Yeah,
this
actually, are
land,
they still speaking to Baxi?
No, they've actually switched
Okay.
prominence at some point there. So you might have heard from you're my brother and I don't swing that way. Or you're probably my brother and I don't swing.
I'm being a lot of royal families. Like,
I'm not surprised because I'm not really surprised because this land has proven to be quite not normal. But at this point, I kind of expected something like this.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
What was my train of thought? If we are siblings, probably be why you were so uncomfortable the first time that we met.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing, you know. Not afraid to lie.
Probably caught you off guard as much as you're kind of catching me off guard right now.
Well, honestly, I kind of hoped you would fly.
fraud, huh?
You know, just some unlucky idiot. Right? Reckless joke.
I'm guessing so did your enemies.
I suppose I should introduce myself. Star of the
Well, starting at the start.
And, he kind of turns to the note next to her. Dana, Mary, have still, how you need to just feel a little bit more cosmetic. Especially if there's a rubble. This is really touching.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna be surprised at this point. This place is a trip and a half.
She kind of just stops and she takes off the glove off of her right palm and holds it up. If you wouldn't mind, I saw it, but I wasn't.
Yeah, I'll take mine off as well. Can I roll a perception to check to see if anybody's watching first?
Sure.
I am.
You don't see anybody. In fact, it's something you kind of notice. Snowy kind of did follow you, but she's kind of sitting back, and you watch as she's watching, and you're not sure if she's casting a spell or not. But you get this feeling that it might be hard to see or hear you outside of things, because a lot of people have just kind of moved away from you guys. They're just kind of off in their little world.
Okay, yeah. I will, I'll say to her, well, I will confirm any doubts that you may have, and I'll take my hand drops off.
As you do, she kind of places her hand next to yours, and you both see that there is a series of spots such that they stand out enough to realize that there are.
Well, I'm not privy to, there's another tabaxi here that I'm it's fine.
And leaning past you, stares this way. She kind of turns to the no. But she was taking the right to it. It was just kind of like, yeah, she was.
So, I have a question for you.
Well, I'm pretty sure we both have a lot of questions. How are you still alive?
How did you get here?
Where are we going and who are we killing?
First of all,
Where did you get to? Where did you?
okay. you asked to back this up. The correct question is how did you get back here? And not Paragon. We're from Hi-Fi Temple to the north. What we call the Shogunate Isles. We're from one of the larger islands called Kawasai. Taken by Oni. Pretty much just simply died.
I don't remember much of my childhood now, but the only thing I do have memory of is just being raised in the monastery. If I did once come from there, I have no recollection of it.
The story is told differently to different people, but our mother was attacked by Oni. She didn't make it. And we choose to be the same.
The father?
Mother's alive. His hips gone out. But he seems to be alright.
Old man. Well, the quest here is to there then to where is father?
Oh. The temple he lives.
He lives here. Up north.
Up north. Our informants mentioned that the RCA's detected him. So, talked about sending up this. It wasn't just nice. And that but I guess it was a good thing I didn't.
Was it? Well, we go from here. Apparently we have to at least meet. I kind of pause as kind of making the kind of asking myself I think I'd like to see meet father.
I know he would like to meet you as well. I need to hurry back. I understand there are things you can have. Other directions you're headed?
Now, yes. Father well enough to. Yes. Is he got years left in him?
Actions.
us in the direction and perhaps come back and be following.
Well, Zinma, we were doing this entire mission currently to get a ship so we can travel around. If the first place you want to go is to go and reunite with the gestures over to Star or family, I'm sure we can arrange that.
Yeah, but we have to get the crew first. And as much as
Oh, damn it, I was right.
as much as I would love the alchemist that Kyle asked,
Oh, he's not coming.
I think we do need one at least, right? At least it'd be nice to have one.
Bring camp shit.
No.
Fucking move this shit. Yeah.
Hard no.
If you are able to make it, there is an alchemist with the families of blood.
Keep that noted.
So, would you have a running ship or fucking Donkafu Kyle asked to join the ship? Because I do.
I'm still wondering meta-wise why you guys think you're getting the ship yet.
Kyle's just collecting a crew. She's not. She said we'll get one eventually.
Yeah,
We're planning ahead. I never. Kyle has.
about it that she is convinced Deco that at some point we're getting a ship, even though we're doing this for Syndra.
Okay.
It's just it's hopeful thinking.
It's the only thing.
Well,
It's
we
the only
hired
thing
a
driving.
dinghy for the rest of this fucking campaign because of us.
It's the only thing driving Kyle forward.
I'll do that with you as you know. You guys will eventually get a ship.
No, I figured. I think the only three people I asked so far that said yes are Bismarck and Xanar, maybe, and Grilla said yes. Grilla said yes.
Yeah.
But we got 3 people, and not counting ourselves. That's a hefty crew. Anyway. Sorry for that.
I understand it's a lot. Makes sense. Please
I'm
be
still
careful.
trying to-
There are to be sent more assassins there.
Do you have any other information about these assassins that would deem helpful?
They are completely devoted. There's much of this cliche as lies in honor, servitude, to one's lord. The daimyo of pain creates doesn't tell its nature as far as it retains. Such as the speechless ones, they are bad, which you put it, can it pause?
Understand. Are that dedicated to us, Tom?
I mean, everyone in our family is devoted.
Well, speaking of our family, how much left is there? I have any other brothers, sisters?
Well, we have a stepbrother. There's the cousins. Our aunts. Both of them. Two uncles.
there's something me and my friends are very good at. It's making a mess of the places as we go. So, punch us in the correct direction. Tear it to the ground.
Between the things together, first thing that I want to do, or I should say, thing I will bring up to the crew is about seeing maybe visiting father. Second thing is maybe exacting revenge on but we will pass when we get there.
And knowing us, we'll be attacked by a lot of their assassins on the way. And most likely kill them all. I'm more optimistic than anything.
But
The people around me are the capable ones.
I kind of get more sincere and ask her if she is okay.
I am actually alright, yes. Still a bit shocking to have a brother and have him on you.
Sorry about that, by the way. Listen, being out at sea for as long as I was does things to a tabaxi.
I wouldn't know. But that being said, it would appear that one of them Snow is waiting.
Oh dear.
Oh yes, Snowy. But for now,
Definitely lower than 26.
it's lower than a 26.
Which means, I need to
What? No!
I'm sorry. As she kind of, at first, you think she's just gonna kind of like awkwardly punch you in the arm. She does. As she kind of gets up and straightens her dress, her cloak. And I'm sorry, but I'm not the sloppy seconds after you.
No!
And you like, she walks over there to Snowy, who's just kind of smiling, and she's like, "Don't worry, I won't waste all night."
Don't, but it's
But I'm not opposed to getting them.
alright.
I think we'll call it a night
Don't
there.
worry, I'll come and get you after midnight.
Is this gonna be stuck on the? Is this gonna be stuck on the floor?
No, it's like a 6-second thing that so she can like slip over and get ahead of him.
Just like pinch the nerve and just fucking down.
Yeah, he's like she like basically dead armed him, like I don't know if it was like ow, and then she just kind of bounced over and was like, yep.
I look over to the gnome. Well, that confirms it. They're related.
Jesus Christ.
The gnome kind of looks at you. What's weird was she was married once.
Once.
Long story, but I believe they're called a widower. There was a storm and Bob didn't survive technically. But they never found her body.
That sucks. I don't know. She seems happy now.
That's how she gets past things.
Ah.
That's a horrible judge of character. Like saying, oh yeah, Kyle's happy. I'm a robot. I know, but you have like
Such a new character! Yeah, it's funny!
Shut up. If I get a charisma, so I just like
I was about to solidify it. Like, I was, Deco goes, you. Living creatures and your emotions.
Weird habits.
Yes. All I have to think about is breeding.
I say open portholes.
Pour in the storm. Okay.
Okay, no.
I kind of talked to Declan and said, you ever read a file, downloaded something that was so exciting that you just wanted more, and the more that you got, the better you felt, but eventually it had to end. Ever since then, you keep wanting and wanting that to download a file.
Oh, they're gone.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah, he watches like the big clown guy. The makeup's kind of been like taken off now. He's kind of cleaning up. He comes over, kind of puts an arm around your shoulders, Deckham, which he is fully capable of doing. How do I see? You haven't had a really good oil change.
Oh my God.
Right?
He was very uncomfortable. I do not want to be in this situation anymore.
I need to know.
I am angry.
I need an adult.
I need an adult, and she's not here, and I think they're talking about her.
Kyle and Ellie.
I am the adult of this party.
Kyle and Elliot are probably just talking about like, oh yeah.
Have you ever had a really good oil change?
Oh my fucking God.
I think that's where we're gonna end it for tonight.
I just want to add one last thing. Elliot drops in. Like Kyle's like, well, good news. We don't have to deal with Kraus. What's his face since he's dead.
He doesn't even look up. I just said, good. He just keeps drinking.
What are idiots doing? That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
All I heard was oil change, and I don't want any other context. That should be drinking.
Okay, we done. We
No,
done.
I cut that off a while ago, thankfully. Because I didn't want to listen to, like, Snowy playing our fucking monk.
Well, she has a monk, but not the.
Oh,
Not...
right.
That's for next time.
All right.
I'll just put it this way: as you're like, that's fine. Desperado leans forward. Senorita Kia, would you like me to dance for you to sing down?
Nah, give it. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, what I say.
I think we're good.
Alrighty, so thank you everybody for joining us for session 17 of this. I don't know what it is anymore.
Clusterfuck. It's getting into fucking one in the chamber level.
Oh, not even close.
That
The chamber's got its own flair.
True.
Anyway,
Anyways, why does this always happen? Whenever we're together for an extended period of time, why does this keep happening?
I don't know.
D&D or
Just tomfoolery. That's it.
just getting blocked by your own sister.
yeah, imagine getting fucking blocked by your sibling.
At
Anyway,
least it's not a wall.
no, that's already what it is.
At the wall.
I love that pink logo. Anyway.
Well, thank you all for joining us. I am Gothmogul, and I think we're going to be back Sunday into the Wildlands for Miser.
Yep.
And next Monday will be Jeeves the Dingus with Greg Salvation, followed by one in the chamber on Tuesday, and then a whole other week with another Wildlands and me again, so we'll catch up in 2 weeks. Chaos and Paradox.co is where you can see my commission information. If you like it, want some work, you've seen some of the tokens here, hit me up. I'll toss it over to Miser.
Yeah, hello everyone. There was no Into the Wildlands last Sunday since it was Father's Day, and unfortunately I'm one of those who don't really celebrate holidays too often, but we should be on track this coming next Sunday, which everyone gets to fight a really angry pickle. Otherwise, Miser Mark 2010, both YouTube and Twitch. Find me on the other guys' stuff, and I'm feeling slightly tired, so I'm going to immediately throw it over to Jeeves Ningus of Monday.
Alright, fantastic. Alright, fantastic. Everybody already shielded for me, so I have James the Dingus on everything. So find me there. And I'll just throw it over to the next PM Meredith.
Hello. You can find me at Transpace Mariner on Twitch and DM Mariner on Twitter. And yeah, I'll be running Tuesday game where we get to do more fun, somewhat shopping, and then more murder episode. So yeah, that'll be fun. And yeah, I'll throw it over to Jason.
Hello.
I'm glad that this is on Monday, because I would have been celebrating Father's Day. I am so free for pretty much everywhere, every single social. I've been streaming a lot of different games on Twitch, if you want to follow me there. I periodically post on YouTube. Not that often, or I should do that more, but this is the only game that I play, and next week I will absolutely do Snowy, don't you worry. Anyway, that's it for me.
Alright. Again, thank you for joining us tonight, and we will catch you next time to see where we go with this exciting mess. And everybody have a good night.